Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Ann Arbor Area Transportation Authority Board of Directors retreat. We are here at the lovely Sheraton Ann Arbor Hotel. We're starting a little bit late. It is 10:07, and we do have a quorum. I'd like to move ahead to approve the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to approve the agenda?
Move, Rich.
So moved, Rich, seconded by Georgia. All those in favor, raise your hands. And that passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Next, we have public comment. I don't see anyone in the gallery. Deb, is there anyone online for public comment? No. Okay, thank you so much. We're going to move on. Next on the agenda is the LAC ends feedback. There was a form in your pocket or in your packet with regards to what the LAC wanted to say to us. And I believe Andrea Henry, who is the chairwoman of the local advisory council, is online, and would she like to speak? Andrea, you're unmuted. Good morning, Andrea.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning. I want to just thank the board for taking some time to put the LAC on their very busy agenda today. As Kathleen mentioned, there should be a document in your packet. And for those of you who were around for our presentation at last December's board meeting, it probably looks very familiar, as it just reiterates and highlights a couple of ideas that we have previously shared. And we just wanted to highlight those again for the board, sort of in a way as our message of saying at this time with the ends as they're written and what information is out there, that these are the areas that we still view as being the most important to us as a LAC. So I don't have a lot to say this morning unless anybody has any questions. I can make a good faith attempt at trying to answer those or getting answers from the LAC when we meet as a council next week, and then getting that information back to the board.
Anyone on the board have a question for Ms. Henry? I'm not seeing any. Andrea, thank you so much for the LAC's involvement and for the document that you provided to us. I'm sure it's going to provide helpful and useful to us.
Great, thank you.
Next on our agenda is general announcements. Do we have any general announcements today? Seeing none, we're going to move right into the meat of our discussion, which is our fence policy development, and that will be led today by Sue Radwan.
Indeed, thank you very much, Kathleen. There we go. So, good morning, everybody. Happy to be here with you to finish this process that we began in October. For just an orientation into the day, first of all, I need to get used to using the microphone in this room. And secondly, I am going to ask, because we have the owl with the discussion, if you could speak a little louder to make sure that the owl is picking you up for the recording, that would be really helpful. Second thing is, what we're going to do today is build on the discussions that we began on October 2. And you have the agenda that was presented to you has a lot of the content that was discussed on that day to just kind of put things into focus. But we are going to actually answer at least 6 questions. Specifically, we're going to start with the global end framing, making sure, because that's going to move everything else. So we want to make sure that we capture that global end in a particular way. Then we're going to move into looking at the current policy 1.1 and focus on the full participation in society. That current policy does not address all people. It only addresses people with impairments or that are not, it is just not all inclusive. Then we're going to go into environmental sustainability, which the service committee has been working on for a year at least. And we're going to nail that one down. Then moving into looking at current policy 1.3, which may not be necessary depending on what we say in the global. And then finishing up with 1.4 and 5, and then what's missing. So that's the agenda, the general agenda for the day. Just to make sure that we're framing the work, I want to just review what ends are and make sure that we have a real firm understanding. So very specifically, ends deal with what the organization is for, not what it does. And we got to think about that, how, what we're for is all about creating impact in the community. So we want to frame the language of the ends in terms of what is the impact that we are supposed to be making as an authority in this context. The second thing is that the end is a policy statement that defines what good are we here to create, for whom. So if there are targeted beneficiaries, we should name them, and then at what cost. That at what cost has a lot of different ways to approach it. So it could be at what worth to the organization do we want to pursue this? Do we want to, it could be a dollar figure, which I do not recommend. It could be also though, in terms of just priorities or the value. What are we willing to invest in order to achieve these ends? And the idea with that particular piece is that you as board are ultimately the purchasing agent. Even though, there is a purchasing department, you evaluate the budget and the financial implications and actuals based on, are we getting good value for the money? So we have to think about the investment of what is it that we're willing to put into the actual, so we can achieve these ends. The global end, very specifically, may define a desired community condition, such as environmentally sustainable or accessible, if we're going to create that condition in the community. But then the lower level ends also need to further define what we put into the global end. So there's a structure that in the global is like an umbrella. It should be, the scope of it should be all inclusive to everything we do. And then the lower level ends further define things that are in that global. And ends can be written either in future tense or present tense. But one thing for sure is that the ends need to be describe something in the future. It's the ends condition, the impacts should not exist right now because these ends are what you're going to, this is how we advance the organization. So they should be directional in how we wish to advance the Ann Arbor Area Transportation Authority. And ends are never about what the organization does. It is about the impact that we are here to make on the beneficiaries of this organization. So we really need to think that through in terms of, when we're putting language together to assure that we're really establishing ends, which is different than goals. The ends are not goals, but they're outcomes, but beyond outcomes, they're impacts. And so we have to make sure that we include all three of those questions about what good, for whom, and at what worth to the organization. So we're going to jump into the global end conversation. You currently have, and it's on the screen, the current global end is intended to, it was set a while ago and has driven pretty much everything, including the metrics and the lower level policies. When in our October discussion, we had a significant conversation about these global ends. And the question, is this really what the organization is? The purpose of the authority to create social, environmental, and economic vitality? Or is it to provide a robust transportation system? Two very different things. And to think about, the ends, the scope of the ends product, the global ends specifically, should really cover the whole of the impact. So when we are done with the rest of the ends, we're gonna come back to this and make sure that it really does encompass everything that we've said. And so one of the things that we talked about in October, regarding the current ends is, should we think about focusing on the core services and ridership rather than the contribution that we make to the social, environmental, and economic vitality of Ann Arbor? That was a significant conversation then, and I think it's gonna be a significant conversation today. Also recognizing that in the comment about increased ridership, that is impacted by frequency and demand, and both of those are operational concerns. So perhaps, we need to think about ridership in a different way, and to address then what is the impact that we really are here to make. So I took those comments and I've constructed a potential global end, and frankly, your current vision, which we didn't quite know what to do with, could be a global end. It could be. Which is the first statement up here. The second statement that's on the screen right now, again, it's just an option. I have no proprietary interest in this. It depends on where our conversation goes, but that global end could be something like AAATA exists to create a robust transportation system so that an increasing proportion of residents, workers, and visitors use the system to access essential and enhanced quality of life services through convenient and affordable mobility options. I know this is really long. At the cost of efficient stewardship of resources, with prioritization that addresses evolving needs and opportunities, which was very important in our initial conversation, ridership satisfaction and community pride of performance, and reduced environmental impact. So that is all encompassing, very wordy. We may want to think about, is it possible to think about it in a different way? But so that's the starting point. Again, there's no proprietary interest in what I'm proposing or what I have on the screen right now. It was just a conversation starter. So going with the issue around whether or not we have, we should focus on the social and the economic vitality of the community through the services, or should we be servicing on the actual core services? Where do we go with that? What is your preference? How do you see the end statements as presented? Kathleen?
So I was involved when these were done in 2019. Or was it 2020? It doesn't matter. I remember that we included areas, social, environmental, and economic vitality, because we saw the transportation authority as being connected to the cities that we serve, and that by saying these things, it aligns us with those municipalities and helps them to understand that we're here to also help them grow. So I would be very interested to hear how other people feel about looking at another way, either another way to say it or removing it altogether. Again, because the services that we provide, we want them to have an outcome, right? Not just an outcome with our ridership and who we cover, but also have an outcome to local businesses and colleges and hospitals and things like that, that are all part of the environment that we can also have lift up because we are providing transportation services to residents. So I'm very interested to hear more from what you think about that and why you feel that it should not be included. And I would love to hear more from our board members as to what they think.
So one of the purposes of ENDS is directive to what the organization does, and you hold Matt accountable to achieve that.
Mm-hmm.
Several of the things that are in the current end related to those three areas, he can't control. And so you don't want to have ends that he can't control the operations to get that to that point, because his performance appraisal is based on achievement event, on a reasonable interpretation of an achievement event. And so you want to frame the end in a way that is actually that he can control and move the organization, advance the organization. So if economic vitality is a thing that you want to ultimately get to, maybe we need to think about it in terms of what is it that he can control that would lead to that. So, you know, that's just a different way to think about it, but to recognize that achievement events is part of what you used as his performance appraisal. Mhm. Good morning, Karina. Good morning. What other thoughts, Mike?
I'm trying to think way back to the time Anthony was just talking about it, when we developed these ends that were really structured around environment, excuse me, environment,
The social,
social, environmental, and economic.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I'm trying to think. As I recall, we were already reporting the metrics on that before we developed the current statement. And I think it was just an outgrowth of what we were already doing. I could be wrong, but that doesn't necessarily, I mean, we just picked it up.
Mhm.
And I think it is very important to reassess that. You know, did we just kind of fall into that because that's what we were concentrating on? Or did we really think about what their ends should be? That's the way they're structured.
Okay, and I will say that the ends have been a little problematic over the last, at least since I've been involved with you. I mean, they always come up, it's like, okay, we gotta do something about this, right? So I think today is the opportunity to really hone in on what is this organization for? Let's get clarity around that and then develop whatever the end is. So what do you think this organization is for? Getting people to where they need to go. Anything else? What else?
I would like the agency to be the most efficient and most desirable form of transportation in the area.
How is that mission?
Word on that later.
Yeah, now is the time, if I can just share that this is not the time to say, oh, my idea is silly or whatever.
Sorry.
This is, no, what I meant was, is that any idea that comes out of it will bear discussion. So please don't be shy about sharing whatever is on your mind, because somebody else might be thinking it too.
Well, when we think about a value, right, and it's not just for the people who use it, it's for the entire community because it benefits the community, whether you use it or you don't use it. And to me, that's like almost the fact that it just, like having a public transportation system that we invest in and value as a community, like is a community value. And so it's not.
So the measure
It's not just about what we do.
Yeah. Julie, I'm gonna ask a question in terms of how do you see the benefit to the community, if they're not using the system? What does that look like?
What does it, there are a number of ways you can measure it, right? So, does it take more cars off the road and make it easier for you if you are in a car? Some people want to live in a community that has a robust public transportation system, right? Like it draws there are economic benefits, like not only for the business owners who have employees who use it, but also like, some people won't live in a place that doesn't have a public transportation system. And I think that's, especially with younger people, that's a real value.
Okay,
Okay, so
just wanted,
just a couple
Dive in
ideas,
a
and
little
then I
bit,
can give you 5 to 10.
Okay. Thank you, appreciate that. What else? What is this? Why does this organization exist? That's the key question. Why does it exist?
Is it all access for everyone to have access to transportation regardless of, I guess, access to all? Or like, maybe that's an equity piece.
I have a question going back to my earlier statement about socioeconomic, what Mike brought up as
Yeah.
well. So one of the things that we do, or that the agency does, so this is in meetings. The agency works with the DDA and they have a get downtown program and things like that, which benefits the socioeconomic vitality of the city, right? And that may be one of the metrics we were thinking about when we wrote wrote this policy. So would that mean in your mind then, because to me, I would not want to lose that, I would still want that to be a direction to the CEO to make sure that that was happening. So you're saying it doesn't really belong in an end. So if it's not in the ends, saying this is what we want our future to be like, does it then become an EL because we don't
Yes.
want to lose that?
Yes, it does. So so you could have an executive limitation that addresses, assuring that we're not working in an insular nature or an insular, relationship. So it does encourage then, the CEO shall not fail to explore, different ways to serve the city, or whatever that might look like. But yes, that kind of thing could and probably should be in an executive limitation rather than in the end, because it's not a core. It is a benefit for sure, and it leads to other things, but it's not core to what this organization is for.
It's like the outcome.
Think about impacts. Right?
Just thinking more about Pravina's first point. That's really broad and we could put really a lot of these other things we're talking about in sub points under that. I mean, we're talking about a global end. And we really want something very broad, don't we?
Yes.
And we could have other points that I think most of what we've already talked about and fall under that umbrella in some way.
In the conversation that we had in October, Matt had referred to, there's a certain aspect of social service that happens with the bus system. And there is also an aspect then of the, full mobility for everybody, for the overall community benefit. And is there a space in there that makes sense for you in terms of what do we exist to create in this community, in the service area?
Freedom of movement.
Jesse, you had a response, a reaction to that.
I've literally been looking at the Wikipedia article on freedom of movement.
And I swear I can't see his computer.
What do you see there?
So it's the first sentence is a human rights concept encompassing the right of individuals to travel from place to place within the territory of a country, and to leave the country and return to it. But thinking about what we're covering, I think about the freedom of movement, the right to travel. And I personally believe in that it is a society's responsibility to take care of the fundamental rights of people. You know, that could be a very big thing, but that people have a right to food and water and shelter and to movement.
Would it be okay if I use mobility instead of movement? Or is movement a broader word?
I don't know.
So from a disabled perspective, mobility in my mind comes at, it's sort of the vernacular of the disability community. And I wouldn't want that word to be narrowly defined. You know, how are other people going to define what mobility means? So disability community would say, oh, mobility means, you know, whatever. I would be open to it. I just want to caution that, you know, words can have different meanings across different.
And to that, I'm in the mobility space for, transportation. And that's a big term that's being used, but it's also very broad now. It's been taken from that community and it's not broad that it now means air, land, road, data. Like now it's quite broad. I think also includes space. Yeah, now the new version of it. So, yeah, and I think my caution too is, I know this is for our ends, but if this ever goes to the public, what does the word mobility mean to them? And does it resonate the way that we're hoping that it resonates? You seem to think about.
And I would also suggest that somewhere in this document that could be defined what we mean by it.
Sure.
Or it's defined then by mass interpretation as well. So, you want to make a lower level policy when you can't accept any reasonable interpretation. If you were very specific, you would want to speak to it in policy. So we can control that. Let me just suggest a different way to think about this. What do you like about either of these statements that are on the screen right now?
What do we like?
What do you like about it?
I like the second statement, the first. Sorry, I just started blurting. I apologize.
It's okay.
The first sentence of the second statement where you say a robust transportation system, I like that language over robust public transportation. Because you made a very good point at our October 2nd meeting where you were talking about, well, public transportation is more than just what we do. It's Lyft and Uber and all these other things. So by flipping the script a little bit, and saying transportation system, I think that speaks more to what it is that we do. We are a transportation system.
Okay. Anything else that you like about these comments? Or these suggestions, Rich?
Just personally, I'm one of those folks that when I have PowerPoint slides, I put way more detail. So I like the second one a lot more because in my view, it's a lot more precise as to what we're striving toward. To call out some specific words, I really like the increasing proportion of residents, workers, and visitors, because when you had the original global end up, I had a question mark on my side around like priority for ridership, because we talk about residents, workers, and visitors. And I know the CEO and staff, they have in the business plan, they have to talk about priorities, right? And we can't be all to everything. And so one of the things I think we as a board maybe to discuss today is, do we want to maybe have a focus on maybe it's residents, or maybe it's workers, or maybe it's visitors? Because in particular, if we focus on workers and visitors, I think those two will potentially have a pretty big impact on economic vitality in the end. So that's something we can achieve by maybe having some of our services really, or some of our decisions really focus on meeting the needs of those folks, right? Because the workers, it impacts employers, potentially actually attract more employers to the community, that kind of thing, right? So it's kind of like this domino effect of making Ann Arbor a community of choice for people to come live, work, and play, which is something I know that the Destination Arbors, some of their that's like some of their primary objectives. And then just the rest of that, I just think it's very specific. And from there, we can drill down into more details into how to achieve each of those. Because I could view this as like, if we were to take this sentence and blow it up into bullet points, I can see a really good hierarchy of how things happen.
But a lot of what's in this second, we can cover in lower level policies as well, as long as we get the broad policy correct.
Mhm.
Okay, so we can drill down and include a lot of these other things in here, in lower level. So one of the things that I feel is that in our October event, there was quite a bit of conversation about the convenience and affordability of the system. And so that's why I included this in here, very specifically, because if it's not affordable, then it leaves people out. It excludes people. So that's a piece that I thought might be important to put in the global. We have opinions about that. Jordan?
Yeah, I think so. I was gonna say, I think also what's missing is maybe something about it being accessible and equitable for everyone, but I think the affordable part is important.
Okay.
We called it affordable and accessible instead of convenient and affordable. Would that capture what you're
So we
saying?
can take
Georgia?
convenient out.
I was a
Because
convenience.
convenient is, I don't know, it's corporate.
I would, convenience is a big word in the transportation field because the people, because it addresses a concept that people won't use transportation if it's not convenient. That gets to issues of like frequency. And so, and an accessibility, like, is a bus stop that, is a quarter mile away that only comes every half hour. That is accessible, but it's not convenient. So it's, I would rather keep the word convenient in, or something that gets more to that concept.
Is there a different word than convenient that maybe is it's almost like you're asking that it becomes a choice, or people would choose this over another form of transportation, like.
Jesse is,
That's
that's
yes.
precisely what he's trying to get
Yeah,
to.
so is the word convenient the one that, is that a word that resonates, or is there a different word if that's what you're trying to get to?
Like even moving away from the prevalence of that word in the transportation industry. I feel like the largest barrier to use of public transportation is convenience, that the car is viewed as more convenient. And thus for us to encourage a mode shift from personal automobiles to public transportation, convenience has got to be a factor in that.
Your suggestion of reliable, which I think is.
Oh, it's just offering the word reliable as an option for convenience.
I don't think it should add it to it. I mean, I think it's a good word to have, but
Reliable or convenient?
both, I'm sure.
Could you
Right.
I mean, let me start out by saying I have a strong aversion to really long sentences.
I agree. I totally agree.
And I frequently don't read them because it
Yeah.
takes a long time to try to go back and forth and so forth.
Yeah.
I would prefer that we could have some kind of a broad statement and then cover a lot of the details like affordable, accessible, et cetera, in another way. Either you know, if you wanna put it in one statement, bullet points or something like that, or maybe better would be sub, policy.
And perhaps what these words are doing is defining what we mean by robust.
Mm,
So, you know, if we used robust in the global, and then we're further defining it by adding lower level policies that describe each of these things. That might be a way to approach it. Yeah.
We already have, 1.1.1, which talks about economic challenges and affordability. And then 1.1.2 talks about persons with disabilities or mobile seniors, minors, mobility impairments, and all of that. So there are already some lower level of,
Right.
policies that address that. But I also am wondering, I hear what Mike is saying, the sentence is long and it can be cumbersome to read. So what is the point? What is the difference between having a robust paragraph like that versus a shortened paragraph? Because for me, what the robust paragraph does for me is it sets up my expectations of what I'm going to read in the lower level policies. So am I interpreting that incorrectly? Is there another way to do that?
Does it have to be one sentence?
Pardon?
Does it have to be one sentence?
It doesn't have to be,
It's a
it's,
paragraph.
it's, yeah, and we will also need though to get the at what cost into the global. That has to be part of the global because you can't speak to cost or that worth anyplace else. If you don't say it in the global, you can't speak to it at a lower level. So that part is an important piece, to incorporate in the global statement. It could be a separate sentence. For readability, but remember that the ends are not sound bites. They are directives to your CEO. That's what we need to create. So you want to, you know, assure that we say what we need to say and further flesh it out. So I mean, what we can do, if I want to talk a little bit about the at what cost piece. Here to see if there's anything that you like about it, but we can go to the lower level and then come back and rethink this. That's absolutely okay to do. But I just want to make sure that we have an opportunity to flesh this out as much as we can and then go back to it when we've gone through the other pieces of it.
So just, this is a high level statement, and then we have all of our points, so
Yeah,
I feel like what I think someone said earlier is that we're just trying to put every piece in there as possible, like, don't forget this, and the kitchen sink, right? It's like, what else do we need that we're missing? And I'm not trying to downplay what we need to cover, I'm just saying, are we trying as a board to put everything in the statement, or when you're saying shorten it and then reference the subpoints, the 1.1s or what?
yeah, I think, honestly, I think all of these pieces, the reliable, convenient, et cetera, could all be incorporated as further definitions of what we mean by a robust transportation system.
And that all piece, right, that residents, workers and visitors is all. Do we need, I know that Rich spoke to that, but do we need to define each of the users? In this statement? I know we would have it in our substance.
Not necessarily. I mean, again, if it's robust, you know, so what are you gonna hold Matt accountable for?
Yeah.
That's the question. And so this is the umbrella statement of that begins accountability at the operational level. See?
Yeah, I think we just gotta be careful there. Because, you know, 1.1 starts out after that as residents have equitable access. You know, we're not saying residents, workers. So, but I sort of think it makes sense to have everybody listed in our most broad statement,
Okay.
but, and beyond that, I think, essential and enhanced quality of life services is not clear to me exactly, and adds a lot of wordiness in there. And I think that's something that, you know, we can leave to be defined later. When we talk about full participation in society, I think that's better wording than this. And then I support having the convenient point in there. That's probably the last comment.
Sue, can I ask a question about? I've noticed this, I've looked at other policy governance documents like that. They don't have like a definitions page. And I'm kind of curious, is that on purpose or is that just folks kind of thought, because like for me, I feel like sometimes, what are we defining X as? And I envision there's a definitions page that has robust transportation system, and the board is robust transportation system equals reliable, convenient, affordable, accessible, and equitable mobility options, right? So we don't have to write a policy, we don't have to write executive limitation, et cetera. It's just, there's a lot of stuff that we put in this document
Yeah.
that we finally debate, board meetings are like, what is the definition of that? I'm like, well, let's just.
Well, generally speaking, Rich, the definitions generally should be coming from Matt and his interpretations.
Okay.
So, and he keys off then the language that you have in the policies. So I'm thinking that, if there are, clearly the affordable, accessible, equitable, those are part of that they're currently addressed in 1.1 sort of, which we could perhaps perfect a little bit, and to recognize that and maybe even draw out 1.1 a bit so that it really does address mobility for all, rather than just those, that we named already that may have issues of affordability and accessibility and equitability, because that's what the focus of 1.1 is currently. Let's just take a look at for the moment, at the cost of.
Oh, can I just,
Sure,
about
sure.
the robust trans, so it says exists to create, and it's already here. So I would say maybe support instead of create, because yes, we're always evolving, but it sounds like it didn't. Like we're starting from zero. Provide, yeah, something that.
I like the elegance of going along that line, and the reason why is that it would be something that Matt could define, like he could say, I do support, but how does he create, which is what your concern, and how do we hold Matt accountable for creating something, but he could support something, or whatever word we choose.
Well, I would also suggest to you that I understand your point, Julie. There is creation though, in developing new programs, there's creation. I mean, if you ever wanted to expand beyond bus, if you ever wanted, if there were other things, if you took on new service areas, there would need to be new routes and all these kinds of things. So there is a creation factor that would need to be carried through if any of those advancements would take place. So that, if, I could see, create and support, create and provide. Create, though, really, I think addresses more innovation. And, or has the potential to do that for something that doesn't exist currently.
What about the word develop? Because I think I like the idea of create in a way seems a bit limited to me, because it feels like we have to be the perfect, but all those services have to exist within us. And I like the ability of our organization to support other entities that are contributing to this shared goal. Like we, provide support to the RTA, and we have collaborations with at different levels with other transportation agencies in the area. So I guess I hear that you're saying that create doesn't mean that to you, but I feel like it might mean that to a lot of us.
Okay, and again, if I say something, please note, I have no proprietary interests here, okay? So just tell me what you want me to put up here.
I like the word develop because it means progress and building upon and improving.
And that sounds like to me means like something ongoing, whereas like once something is created, After 7 days, God was done, you know? That was it. Yeah.
I like that.
This is
Explore this. Seeing is good.
Develop and support, does that sound better?
Too many words, decline.
I think develop.
Develop?
Yeah,
But to me, when I hear develop, it sounds like it hasn't been developed yet, like we're not already doing it.
Well,
I understand keeping the concept in that you want to keep developing, but when I read that, I get that this is something that is gonna be developed later or in the future. It's not an ongoing.
How about advance?
I like,
let's say you.
I like it.
Advance?
Mhm.
Suppose the word advance already implies that you're doing something,
Yeah.
and you want to advance it, which goes to the future, right, which is what the answer is supposed to be about.
yeah. Good word.
Yeah, I like events.
Okay.
Also, I think it shows that we're progressive and thinking about new technology, new services, new environmental initiatives, new everything.
So if we took this paragraph, I'm gonna, this second paragraph, and eliminated the access to essential and enhanced quality, because we're gonna pull that into lower level policies, I think. And we use these descriptions as in the lower level policies. I think that's very doable. Do we want to say anything about mobility in the first sentence? Or does transportation system capture that?
It captures it.
Capture it?
I think so.
Okay, let's look at the last paragraph here. This is what you're willing to invest, basically, in getting and achieving this robust, in advancing the robust transportation system. You previously had, excuse me, I'm just gonna go back one slide here just to see what you had there. You had at a cost that demonstrates value and efficient stewardship of service or resources. But in my estimation, the other piece that might need to be here, is, that reduced environmental impact, which I know has been a real core concern for many of you. That could be, we can take maybe a lot of this out, cost of efficient services, and reduced environmental impact, and take the rest of that out. What do you think?
So you're asking what is important for us to keep?
What is important for you to keep?
Honestly, I like the second half of the old one. I think it's concise. I think it captures what I think it captures our values and it captures its cost. I think if we had the first half of this new sentence, I mean, really the big thing to me is like the advancing the robust transportation system. I like that addition. And I think although I could be convinced other way, like this idea of using the system. But that I like the contribute to the area's social, environmental, and economic vitality at a cost that demonstrates value and efficient stewardship of resources. I think it's solid. Can you sit down? We don't always need to. Newer is always
I
better.
agree with you after all.
So Julie is making a case to just include that whole sentence.
I tend to go along with what Julie is saying, only in that, if you could go back to your other slide, the new language that you proposed, the second paragraph there. It seems to me that we address a lot of that in the lower level policies, and it seems very wordy. But I agree with Julie that first vision statement is really concise and says a lot more. in fewer words. And then the rest of it, again, is already addressed in lower level policies.
Yeah, I concur. I would just wonder if environmental, I know that was a big discussion at one of the meetings. Does that have to be then popped into the sentence, above it where we have, affordable, accessible? Do we need to put that out?
I'm not clear yet what we're taking out. Because Julie, you said that you like the social, environmental, and that.
In the original statement.
Yeah, that, I just pulled that from the original
Yeah.
statement.
I think that. I like the addition of the advanced or robust transportation system. And then I like the second half of the original, of the current.
And so take out the third.
Can I just read what it would sound like?
Yep.
That would be easier.
Yeah.
Okay. AAATA exists to advance a robust transportation system so that an increasing proportion of residents, workers, and visitors use the system that contributes to the area's social, environmental, and economic vitality at a cost that demonstrates value and efficient stewardship of resources.
So you think,
I like it. I still would love to through and then just have it lasting and stop. That reliable, convenient, affordable, and equitable mobility options. It doesn't make it count.
I'm with Mike on the short sentence.
I have a question about what does, so that increasing proportion of residents, what exactly are we trying to say with that? What is
you want
that?
more bus riders. More users in the system.
More and more people using the system.
It's a way of telling the CEO that we want him to advance and increase the number of residents or workers or visitors who come, but it's not placing a memesy like you have to get 100,000 new people every year. You have to meet a quota or whatever. It's just by increasing instead of. To me, it just means we want you to work hard to make sure that you do this and that it's not so drilled down that we're telling them how to do it. We just want them to make sure that people have.
Well, if that's something that we want Matt to do, does it have to be in our mission statement?
Well, the
Or is that's what this is, right? Or, yeah, like couldn't that? Just a question, just throwing it out there.
Yeah, if it were here, then there is an obligation on the part of the operations to create opportunities to really focus on, increasing the ridership.
Is that already in ends though? Like, is that already?
No, it would be here.
Okay.
So if I'm reading, in fact, go back. So what we're doing is we're looking at removing our vision statement altogether
Yes,
and incorporating it into the first global end, which is what we're working on now.
yes. Right?
I guess my preference would be, and I'll just say it. AAAT exists to advance a robust transportation system at a cost that demonstrates value, efficiency, and stewardship of resources. And that everything else in there, I think, could go under that.
So you're suggesting that it just be that sentence? At the top.
Yes,
And that those other things be included in other, like,
yeah.
sub
Policies.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
is there an argument to having more detail in the global end statement?
No. The only consideration is that it needs to be all encompassing. And you can't say something in the lower level policies that is not included in the global. Okay, so this acts as an umbrella to all things. And so what I would imagine is if this were your your complete global end. We would be addressing possibly, basically defining what we mean by robust. And all of those things could be incorporated into that.
So we could say robust means residents having equitable access. That's how it's addressed. We don't have to say equitable access up top, because robust is the
Correct.
word that is now going to.
We're gonna define robust in the lower level policies, which could include the community values things, the system. It can include a lot of other things. So robust is a robust word. We can play with that a lot. You wanna leave this right now and go to the lower level policies and then we'll come back and visit it?
I'd like to ask Matt a question. I know you, the value of the word in there. The value that demonstrates efficient stewardship of resources. You haven't had a problem with that in the past, have you? I don't think you have. I want to hear it from you. That's and
Correct.
it seems like you've addressed it pretty well, and you can have statistics for that.
We did,
Or do you-
yes, this statement demonstrates value and efficient stewardship of resources has been in the end since it began.
Yeah.
Every monitoring report you've received, we've been
Yeah. You're comfortable with
compliant with what we have provided on this. I would say the one thing where my thinking is evolving, and I'm still trying to figure out where to put it, is the concept of relative prioritization. You saw that in the business plan. In the future, because that's where organizations end up getting into fights or trouble, is which initiative will get paid for when you don't have enough money to pay for everything. And to me, that's probably buried in value and efficient stewardship of resources. I'm still struggling with how to show it to you, like how the best way to provide it to you and the general public is. Right now it's in the business plan and okay, that's where it is. But so far, these words have worked. I've never gotten really strong questions from any generation of the board pushing me to dig into those words more than we already have. So they appear to be holding up well.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah, and I think we're going to be talking about prioritization later, is that right?
Well, in October, you kind of didn't want to go there.
Yeah.
So I haven't
But I
really
don't-
lifted it up. You weren't there though, Mike,
Oh,
so.
But Matt, I've heard several times, people really hopes more direction.
So let's see where we end up
Yeah,
with the whole set and we'll ask that question.
I know that's a tough one to answer.
Yeah.
To the board.
Well, and I think that there are certain things that are in the current ends, that, perhaps are more of a seasonal metric, like for the community values. And in my mind, my interpretation of that would be, did they pass the millage? Which is, not an ongoing thing. It's a moment in time. So there are things, let's see what the whole list looks like and then figure out. One of the things that did come up and I want to just check it before we move on, was that the addressing evolving needs and opportunities, which was part of your value statement, your vision statement. Is there any reason at this point to address, to add that language to this particular statement? And my thinking is that, yes, we've got the word advance there. That can help, but recognizing the evolving needs is there something that we need to speak to that in this global?
For me, I don't think so.
Okay.
Do we have something that speaks to responsiveness somewhere? In our,
If we create that executive limitation on the, you know, not operating in an insular nature, it could be there.
May I ask, I apologize, what was the sentence again you were?
Well, addressing evolving needs and opportunities. I guess that could be a definition of advance also. We could incorporate something there.
Don't we already have isn't the global executive limitation for MAT? Doesn't that also speak to this already?
It's unlawful, imprudent, or unethical.
Okay. If there was someone with somewhere else to house it, I wouldn't be mad at that. But I think it's a very important forward-thinking sentence that's, while it speaks to the word advance that we put in, it further defines it, the scope of it, of what we mean by what advance means. So I wouldn't be mad if we got rid of it, but I would want it housed somewhere else because I think it's really important that the CEO concentrate on what are the things that are happening and coming down the pike and how do we how does he collaborate with staff? That sort of thing. I wouldn't want to lose it, but I could be convinced.
I'm just gonna put it down with the other things that we have highlighted that we have to pick up.
I really should get Susan here to chime in on that, because I feel like my recollection was that was coming from a sense of the desire to be innovative. You know, that there was that, and there was certainly a debate on like, is it important that we innovate if we are providing good service? Like, there was, I think, a certain sense of innovation as a value in of itself, which, you know, but that's my recollection of where that came from. But, and I feel like Susan is generally the best representative of that. Not in those words per se, but she's generally thinking much more about being innovative and thinking of creative solutions to things.
Sure.
advance a robust and responsive transportation system. I don't like lots of ands, but
It's
to me,
shorter
that's
than,
less like fuzzy than innovative too. Like, I feel like innovative is a more loaded term and responsive is captures like the evolving needs and opportunities.
Take a look at see if you like what it just did.
I do.
It also feels like that addresses that convenient and reliable piece to that. I see that mentioned when you say responsive. It also could mean that you're responding to the community or some opportunity.
Is
Your
that too
agreement?
fuzzy for you, Mel?
I'm struggling with the word responsive, and I'll
Me
tell
too.
you why. Because the board, it's been drilled into us that as a board, we're supposed to be future thinking and not reactive. And when I hear the word responsive, I hear the word reactive in my head. And so I'm not sure that that is a term I feel comfortable with, because it's not speaking. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that word, but I know why it's
Evolving.
there.
What about evolving?
I could, yeah.
Or is that repetitive to advance?
Yeah.
Well, to me, to advance means to move us forward. To evolve means that somehow we're collaborating. Like, you can't evolve on your own. I mean, I guess you can, our cells divide and all that kind of stuff. But, the way the community evolves is by collaboration and by working together and by sharing initiatives and being aware and supporting each other. And again, I'm not sure that evolving, the other word, responsive.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that was the word that would encapsulate that. What do you guys think about evolve?
To say advanced and evolving, just, those two words to me don't go together very well.
How about robust evolving?
I'd like to throw a wrench in this. I mean, we've taken a lot of words and forced this down in one sentence. Frankly, like I would be to the point of removing robust and evolving, just say AAATA exists to advance a transportation system at a cost that demonstrates value, efficient stewardship of resources. And we can bring up the robust and evolving subheadings. I think what we're doing now is we're removing a whole bunch of words and now we're adding a whole bunch and then it's just gonna, I feel like we're debating stuff that can be figured out and stuff.
I do think that robust means something.
Yeah.
I think it's an important word. It communicates that we're not just gonna be your father's bus transportation system. It creates energy.
Well, I mean, maybe that actually is paid okay, right? So I mean, a lot of it's gonna really depend on the times. And if, I'm not saying we're in that situation now, but say we get a situation next year or whatever, like the next millage doesn't get approved. Is the mass directive still gonna be, he has to create a robust transportation system that's innovative, et cetera, or is it, you have to make sure that this transportation system meets the needs of the time?
The word robust for me in this sentence seems little, to me, it feels like all encompassing. Not I mean, there's an energy side to it, but it means that everything down below is part of the robust. Like you have to have efficiency, you have to meet the community's needs, you need to be a good steward of the fund. This robust means it's optimized, and maybe that's the word that's coming. I don't say put the word optimized, but the word robust for me seems like an all-encompassing of everything that's below.
But I think that's also covered in value efficient stewardship. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't know if robust is actually needed in the global end.
I'm sorry, Rich, I don't see it that way. That whole value and efficient stewardship is how we spend money,
Right.
Sure.
and that doesn't necessarily mean we're creating energy with our system.
Although I do feel like that the context of having robust a robust transportation system at a cost that demonstrates efficient stewardship gets to what you're considering, like when we lose money, we still want to have the most robust transportation system that we can given our resources. So that doesn't, I feel like those two things in conjunction doesn't mean that do we necessarily always have to make the system better regardless of external factors or.
So what if we removed at cost? The robust transportation system that demonstrates value and efficiency. Stewards of resources, cost is a resource.
Can I read it out loud now, Julie? Because I didn't see it. So
Yeah.
AHTA exists to advance a robust transportation system that demonstrates value and efficient stewardship of resources. So just because the board is thinking about procurement at cost doesn't necessarily mean that at a cost needs to be in there, because
Correct.
that's implied with the following words of efficiency and
Yes.
resources. And I want to go back to robust. I agree with Pravina. For me, robust encompasses everything that's below. So we're robust because we think about sustainability, we think about affordability, we think about movement, we think about, you know what I mean? That to me is where the robust comes in. It doesn't mean robust is a financial monetary amount that's coming to us, but rather what Jesse said about we're taking whatever funding we got and we're creating the most robust transportation system that we can within the parameters that we have to work with. It doesn't, and 1 year that might mean we have $1 bazillion and we can advance everything that we want. And then another year it may mean, okay, how do we just maintain services? We may not be able to advance anything, but robust can also mean providing the best services possible within your parameters.
Okay. I'm getting a sense that you like the simplicity of that sentence. Is that a correct assumption or observation?
And this would be global executive,
This would be
global heads.
would be considered a global end. Let's move on. We will come back to this when we do all the other work. And move forward. So in the statement, so regarding policy 1.1, and excuse me, Deb, what time is lunch gonna be in here? Noon, okay. Do you need a break before noon? We're all good? Everybody's okay? All right. So policy 1.1, you have the current policy on the screen right now. We have a broader policy that addresses equitable access, enables full participation. And then we talk about those economic challenges, people with disabilities and mobility impairments, and we list a bunch of people that perhaps have difficulty navigating. And then the perception of safety. A couple of questions that I had and that came up in October were, do we wish to further define what we mean by full participation? That is a possibility around this particular policy. And also the question about, honestly, and I've mentioned this before, I have a real problem with just saying having access, because that's about all we gotta do is make sure that we have bus stops in convenient places. And that's not an impact. That's what we do for some greater benefit. And so, thinking about what is the impact of having access, I think is a direction that I would encourage you to go in. So that we're stating the actual impact rather than saying we've got access. So that is, what does having access bring? What is the result that you get because of that? So I am suggesting offering this as an alternative approach, just to illustrate what it could look like, is that residents fully participate in society using the rides options for transportation. And then people with economic challenges can afford it. People with impairments, and we've got the whole group, they can easily navigate it. And then the third one is that, residents and students do not require personal vehicles to fully participate. So that's just a suggestion of how you might frame it. So what are your thoughts? We got two different slides here to consider.
I want to give a quick context. So you were talking about the wording, full participation in society.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jesse and Mike remember this, but we had a lot of discussion about this, and how it got boiled down was we wanted people to be able to grocery shop, go to medical appointments, go to work, go to visit family, go to the movies. And then it was like, well, how do we water that down into one thing without being meansy? And that's how we came up with full participation in society. So I just wanted to provide a little context of where that came from, because it came from a laundry list of what we want to be.
Right, and I think where the thing that wasn't necessarily assumed in that was voting. And assuring that there's access to voting stations and et cetera. And that is kind of a recurring theme that comes up with when we're talking about full participation. Are there other things besides, the shopping, the retail shopping piece and the medical access that we either need to incorporate or assure that it gets included in that concept of full participation?
Well, it's my recollection that voting was also part of that discussion. This was 2019. It's just that why it keeps coming up is that we see other transportation agencies providing free fares or whatever to voting places. And one of the things that we discussed for a couple of years back was the fact that most polling places in Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti, and whatever are in schools or municipal buildings or whatever that usually have access to or have a bus stop nearby. But now that the culture has changed since the pandemic, many more people have access to voting. They don't have to have a disability or be a senior anymore to vote the ballot that can come to your home. Sorry, I'm not worried right now. And so that absolutely changed the dynamic of that one as well. But then we would be getting into if we put it in the uns, wouldn't we then, you would be defining it being means, maybe if we broke it down into individual little snippets of what we think.
Well, it could be, I mean, the question is, do you have to, is it possible that, you know, you can make the assumption that your CEO will include that in the definition? You know?
But if we
Or
don't
in the
include it,
interpretation.
why should we assume the CEO will do that? See, we've got Matt now,
Right.
who's been doing these for years.
Right.
And I'm not trying to jinx anything, Mr. CEO, at all. But we also have to be mindful that we're writing these policies for not just our current CEO, but our future CEO and our future board as well.
Yeah, and I would also suggest to you that I know that is the teaching, but you can say a whole lot of stuff not knowing who's gonna step into that role in the future. And maybe it's more important to add those policies when you have good evidence that they're not thinking the way in sync with what the board is thinking. I'm just, you know, because you talk about a lot of words, you can add a whole lot of policies that really are not relevant to your current context. And I don't want you to do that. I want you to have a practical set of policies that Matt can work with, that can deliver to you rather than a lot of language that is just for some future CEO.
Is it okay if Matt speaks?
I think it's perfectly.
Matt?
Just because we've kind of bumped into this issue a couple of times, I just want to clarify for folks. When you write a policy like this, and let's say you have full participation in society, I, as part of my interpretation, have to define what I think that means.
Mhm.
And then you get to review that. If it is reasonable, but not quite what you wanted to see, you can come back and change your policy and be more specific. So there's sort of an iterative
Yes.
Quality control mechanism built into policy governance here. So if you want to leave it at a high level, let me take a swing at it, and you still don't like what I came up with, you can change it going forward in your point. So that mechanism also exists for every policy you have.
Rich?
So if we go back to, I feel like you have the words that will be very helpful here in that original.
Which, going where?
If you, very first, the last slide that we had.
This one?
Yeah, where you have. Sorry, I can't see that. It was like, increasing proportion of residents, workers, and visitors who use the system to access essential and enhanced quality of life services. I think there's parts of that I think is what we're trying to get to in one document.
Let's see.
So I think that helps to highlight that full participation in society a bit more. Because that for us, I think is that access essential and enhanced quality of life services. Because it wasn't just like voting, doctors, it was childcare and grocery stores and all those bits that folks need or survive. In particular, like for me, it's from mothers in particular. Because I think a lot of transportation studies are showing that it's impacted by this.
So what I'm hearing you suggest is that perhaps this is an increasing proportion of, you use the system that enables full participation. Is that what you're suggesting?
I mean, basically, yeah. Well, I mean, I personally really like the accessing essential or enhanced quality of life services. But I don't know if that would just be like a sub bullet of 1.1, or if that should be a one statement.
I know that you guys, the previous board, spent a lot of time on this, but enables full participation in society throws me off. It, for me, feels like you can attend something or you have access to attend something. But if we're talking about life essentials, getting to childcare or possibly, do you have something at hospitals, grocery stores, voting stations? enables full participation in society doesn't resonate with me. For me, it feels enables access to life essentials, or participating in society means that you can get to an event or get to a voting. I mean, I don't know what it means. I think that participation in society just, it's something about the way that that's.
Any thoughts?
And what we're fundamentally saying is that we want people to be able to get to go where they need to go.
Right.
Exactly.
And I think, but I do think the accessibility piece of that is essential, right? And you guys heard this in October, but when I learned about accessibility, and it's an old concept, but I think it's related to healthcare, but that there are these 5 dimensions of accessibility that encapsulate, I think, a lot of what we're trying to get at. Goal is to get people, that people feel like they have the option of going where they need to go.
Why don't I just say that? Take a look at it.
And when I was looking, I was trying to refresh my memory on these like different dimensions of access, but one of them is it available? Like, is it, that means like kind of, are there enough of whatever it is that you need? And when they talk about accessible, they talk about the location, time to get to that travel point. Like, is it close to you? Is it affordable, given like ability and willingness to pay? Is it accommodating? So like, are the hours right, the scheduling right? Does it feel acceptable, that it's like comfortable, safe, like considered cultural factors, like these sorts of things. So I do sort of like to like get to go where you need to go, but maybe accessible captures that.
Other thoughts?
There. Yeah, I think accessibility is a big part of it, but I also think that the ability is another part of it. That I think the one area that accessibility doesn't cover for me is the like access versus usability and practicality. That we kind of run into this a few times of like having access to something doesn't necessarily mean that it's like that it's used.
That's convenient.
Yeah. I'm like, we're reaching way back. I remember one of our first, we got a presentation from the event professor that was all about, he had just written a book on promoting mobility over accessibility, because he felt that accessibility was insufficient. And that the goal was more, he wanted people to focus more on mobility, that we can provide access to a grocery store, but if it's not the grocery store we want to go to, then it's not actually useful. We need to allow people the ability to move where they want to go. But and maybe it's a splitting hairs thing.
It seems that getting people where they want to go is the right language. That several of you have mentioned that language already, and it's clear. Is that appropriate here?
Accessibility is the ability to reach destinations and opportunities, while mobility is the ease of movement between places.
Maybe both words. Can you say that one more time, George?
Accessibility is the ability to reach destinations and opportunities, while mobility is the ease of movement between places.
if I can jump in, sorry, with a sort of technical clarification. Jesse's remembering Professor Jonathan Levine from the Urban Planning Department came and spoke to us. Mobility has been the traditional goal of the United States transportation system as represented by vehicle miles traveled. And the higher greater your mobility was seen as synonymous with good. What that meant was if you commute further by car, by yourself, if everyone's in different cars, you have more VMT. If they're commuting further, you got more VMT. So more VMT was good, and it created a perpetuating cycle where we built more highways because of VMT, we got more cars, so we built more highways. That's what it was. What Jonathan was suggesting, Professor Levine, was more along what Georgia just read. And access to destination should be the goal, because it's not about racking up miles traveled. It's about how many destinations can you get to, which would more inherently, you could have tremendous accessibility in Manhattan within 4 blocks. So the sheer number of destinations you could get to in a confined space, but your mobility would be very low because you only walk 4 blocks, but your access would be enormous. When applied to transit, it kind of encourages us to have a real efficiency of destinations within the area. It's very consistent with what Ann Arbor City Council is doing, for example, trying to intensify development within the city, put more destinations near where our bus services already are.
Julie, I'm missing one of the A's
Oh,
that you identified. The five.
there's actually one that's called access, that's just about.
It's just
like,
access.
Distance and travel time.
So I have them all.
Access.
I think access is very close to Pravina's getting people where they need to go.
Yeah.
Just hers is in easier to understand language. Jonathan's tends to be more academic.
And I think that was the spirit of choosing the word access. I know, Susan, you don't like that word, but I think
You know, what I don't like is having.
You don't like that?
I don't like the word having.
Oh, having access.
I love that people access.
Okay, so what was your suggestion, may I ask, to circumnavigate the having parts, but so access could still be?
Well, it's one thing to have access, it's another thing to actually use the access. And so in my suggestion, it is about using the system, not just having access to it, but using it. That's the difference.
And I think one of the discussions we had around and why we chose, in Jesse, and again, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, we went to having access because we can't force people to use the system.
No, but true, I agree with you on that, but from a metric perspective, you can track the number of people using the system, and if we want increasing numbers, that goes to the interpretation of, what's the baseline use? And are we actually improving the numbers of people that are using it rather than just having access is not dynamic. It's a state of being. And we want to advance the organization. So it is about, having a baseline of use and then tracking that. Are we increasing that over time?
I think maybe I'm thinking that it's also like where access is. It's what are people accessing, and I don't think that we necessarily care that people have access to the transportation system. I mean, of course we do, but as much as we care that people use the transportation system to access the places they want to go. It's not so much access to it's not as much access to the transportation system, because that's inherent in being able to use the transportation system to access the destinations.
Do they need to go or want to go?
That's why we had full participation.
Yeah.
So it's like accessing what enables you to fully participate in society.
There has to be a better word than need or want, because need implies, so you get your paycheck, you need to pay your rent, you need to pay all the bills, blah, blah, blah. Then you can have fun with what's left over. And those are your wants, right? I want to buy that Xbox, or I want to buy it, but I can't afford it because I need to. And our riders should be able to do more than what they need to do. They should be able to participate fully. Sorry.
Yeah.
Are we in a circular place?
We are just.
So I understand that for me, this comes across as like little elitist. I know that we're trying to say we want to help them, but if I was reading this and I was someone who in need, I would feel like you're just talking to me like, it seems to be talking down. It's how it comes across to me. I don't know if I'm not relaying that very well because I haven't had enough coffee, but I know where it's coming from, a good place, but if I was reading this, it's like, it doesn't feel like it's for me. Doesn't feel like this,
And
who is it for? Does it?
Recognize though, the purpose of ends is to direct man. And the operational organization to do stuff.
Right, so but I see enables full participation in society. I don't know if this is right. Who is that serving? Is that are you speaking to me or someone who's in need of transportation? And I have a car, maybe I already have transportation, I don't need to take a bus. So I don't know the way that the full participation in society, I know where it's coming from, but I'm just trying to say, how is it interpreted? I know it's for Matt, but it's like I'm just reading this.
Seems to me that want is of course a much broader word than need. And we could cover, and the needs are partially at least covered in one people with disability. And maybe there's some other statements under there that we might want to address other needs. But I'd really like the word want, better, 1.1. We can address what we think are the particular needs that we want to put in there. We can put them in there.
I like that, Mike, because want could be, a need and a want is not for us to define. Or it's that, it's the rider, if it's the worker, the visitor, or the resident, it's a different need and want. So where I want to go could be my need or my desire, then we shouldn't be defining that. We should not maybe.
I'm sorry to put it, observation. When the board was discussing these before and setting it up, we recognize what's sometimes called the dual mission of public transit. In a automobile society, public transit is often seen as frankly part of the welfare net for folks who can't drive, or those who are too young, those who are too old, those with a mobility impairment. There is a social mission that public transit exists to fulfill. That is very much in that space. There are other expectations beyond that population, environmental sustainability, congestion reduction, labor mobility, which often depend on attracting people out of their cars. So you have two different population markets that you're targeting. What the board did previously was acknowledge both of those and put them in different parts of the policy. Policy 1.1, if you look at it today, is written very much for social mission, folks with low income, folks with mobility impairments, whereas attracting people out of their car and all of the benefits that derive from that are housed under 1.2 or 1.3. And it's not right or wrong, it's just a place of where they put it last.
Thank you. You said it way better than I was trying to ask, but kind of what I was trying to relay is, if we're really saying it's for everyone, it feels to me like a broader.
This was written, I believe, focused on folks who are not able to drive a car. That I think was the intent of 1.1.
I remember just a tad little bit differently. We wound up going with residents in the area have equitable access. because we wanted to encompass all residents, but we further defined those populations that we felt needed additional language in the lower policies. But we didn't go with all residents because we felt that was not necessarily the right thing. But when I read this policy, I think of everyone. And then when I read the lower level, and I might be wrong, and when I read the lower level policies, it's in addition to residents having, these are the residents that we're targeting that need extra consideration or support or whatever.
It is you're correct. It is somewhat similar to the ridership versus coverage discussion we're bumped into. That a minimum level of coverage is necessary for people who do not have access to a car or can't drive. You previously defined that as they should be able to fully participate in society. That was kind of how you defined the coverage floor for me. You know, you have to at least be able to allow people to do that. Beyond that, you said things like make it attractive to people who already have a car and attract that market as well. So you were going into the same space, but you just handled it. That's how you handled it last. And we did decide to do both. They're both good.
I tried tossing out something that's like completely different, but I'm hoping it might get to the same place. So another thing that I've been thinking about is that, like, we don't actually want people to be using, like, so in here, I feel like the word system has kind of shifted to not the transportation system as a whole, but like specifically the services that we are providing. So if I go back to, if I broaden that back out to thinking about what we want the transportation system as a whole to look like. I'm thinking that we're looking for a transportation system that provides for and encourages modes of travel that are not reliant upon personal ownership. I'm a little bit I'm the least happy with the personal ownership thing, but that's. Yeah, a transportation system that provides for and encourages modes of travel that are not reliant upon personal ownership. But man, what I'm saying is I don't want there to be cars on the road because they're an inefficient use of material, financial, and spatial resources.
Could we just say vehicle instead of ownership to make it more pointed? Because a vehicle.
Personal vehicle.
Yeah.
Personal vehicle.
The only reason
Say
I
it
say,
again, just say it again so I can get it on the screen.
That does not rely upon. I would say I started off with upon a personal car, a personal automobile. This is definitely getting towards like my values and the way that I'm thinking about things. That the reason I want there to be a public transportation system has mostly to do with I don't think that our transportation system should be reliant on people owning a car, which is a huge investment that we've all just kind of been conditioned to expect that we have to, through advertising and development of our built environment. Like one does have to have a car in order to navigate the transportation system. I think that is what I'm working against. I don't like that we have to spend hundreds or thousands of dollars a month just to get around. So, but I'm also thinking we don't need people to take a bus to go down the street. So I'm thinking about the transportation system as a whole. What I want it to look like is one where people don't have to have such a huge personal investment in order to go where they want to go.
we do have 1.2.1 that says public transportation options are increasingly chosen over use of a personal car. So are you suggesting we take it from there and put it up above? Or would you be happy leaving it under 1.2?
So one thing I think my proposed sentence is not getting at like the destination aspect, but
The condition.
yeah, but I think it could be inserted in there, like met modes of travel to destinations or to where people want to go that are not reliant upon a personal car.
That'd be like a sub, yeah,
What?
that's like a 1.1.4.
Yeah,
It's-
I think it should be a separate
I
one.
agree.
Okay. I still don't like the use the system to access because I
Yeah.
feel like that,
I haven't suggested, instead of using the word system, say something like ride, which is a broader.
Yeah, could you say
Term.
reach?
but even then, so that implies that we would want someone to use the ride to go everywhere, even if they don't need to.
You could say something like use, well, if you wanna take out system, but to reach their destination, or instead of saying access.
So I want to broaden it out to say that the transportation system as a whole, that includes us, but also includes sidewalks and that the system exists in a way,
It's like an ecosystem, like it's all
Yeah.
connected, you're
like,
saying.
yeah, because
I hear what Jesse's saying, but then how would we hold the CEO accountable
Yeah.
for systems
Yeah.
that we're not party to? He can't control sidewalks or
The
things like
city
that.
I
decides.
think we have an established practice of the CEO being able to define what that means. And with sidewalks, very specifically, we have had interpretations that say this is where our ability to affect that change ends. We cannot put a shelter in a place that is not reached by a sidewalk.
Can you say the word integrated system? I think it's basically integrated. So I hear what you're saying is, we don't wanna put a shelter here and then it takes this bar for someone from the curb cut to get to that point. But then it's not accessible. So you're integrating it into an existing system. So it
Right.
connects to a bike route or a B2B trail connected to a, whatever. I hear what you're saying.
And I think it also potentially gets into our lobbying for things that are not specifically within our purview, getting into transit-oriented development. Well, that the larger impact that we want to have is a more accessible transportation system and equitable transportation.
Because I
system.
hear what you're saying, Jesse, because the word "the system" just means it's interior to AATA.
Right.
Which I know is under Matt's control, but for me, what you're saying. Also then encourages our CEO to go beyond just what's inside, to see what other pieces of our ecosystem exist that is not AATA that we can connect to.
Mhm.
So that way our riders feel like it's all integrated.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at that previous statement, I realized I had been interpreting it that our new draft global end in that way, that we are advancing a transportation system. I had been thinking of a robust transportation system was not just us, but I was thinking about the all modes of transportation in, again, including sidewalks and roads. That our job is to advance a robust transportation system. And maybe one of the methods that we use is to run buses. But, I don't, am I getting too,
But what I'm suggesting is that perhaps the condition that you're describing, Jesse, is its own lower level policy possibly. And, and then we include the people piece of it following. So if we create the conditions that we want to identify at, first, and then from that flows then that people are using the system.
but if a robust transportation system is more than just what the services, the transit services that we are providing, then everyone is already using the system to access where they need to go. I just think our system is not, I think our current system is insufficient. So but I also don't want people to use buses to go everywhere they need to go if the bus is not the right way to do it. I think that's what I'm trying to, that's where I'm going, and trying to get more at the broader concept and the broader impact, without being so specific.
So one of the key changes that we made here is taking out the word public transportation. And you are referring to a system that goes way beyond the public. It really is how we get along, how we get to where we want to go, the whole kit and caboodle. And so if you're thinking about that, with that very broad, I'm going to call it a definition right now, of the transportation system that does not rely on that personal auto, that can include pedestrian travel. It could include bicycles. It could include a lot of things. And does that take us out of the purpose of AAATA? It is public transportation, and I'm going to go back to, original conversation, is public transportation the business of AAATA? Or is it a transportation system?
I think if we look at our legal agreements, we're a transportation system.
Okay.
But I also think what Jesse's saying is that, and it comes back to when we were trying to use the word, I think, support or whatever, we need to be mindful of how our system integrates with other modes of transportation, like mode share, bikes, walking, and all of that sort of stuff. But to me, in essence, that's like, in addition to, like, our basic core thing is to provide our, transportation services.
So then going back to what we were at earlier, you're saying that this should be then like 0.4, like another line item. Or not part of the original statement. Or are we still focused on this statement?
I feel like what Jesse has suggested does not belong with what we were talking about 1.1.
Right.
It's a very different focus. And that's why, I think it should be something different than what we have been talking about. And to look at, we're talking about access, we're talking about the people in the 1.1 that we were addressing. So where do you want to go? We've got a few minutes before lunch. What can we agree on before we go to lunch?
So if we stay with this and add it's not 4, but a 5, that it's basically integrated into a holistic, I don't know what the word is, but like essentially what Jesse's saying, we're asking that the system, what does that mean? What does the system mean? Maybe do we need to define what the system means? And as that not beyond AATA, it is the entire rider experience. So they take a scooter to a stop, and then that stop takes them to Briarwood Mall, and we can't take a scooter on the freeway.
Ecosystem.
Yeah, or the ecosystem. Yes, the transportation ecosystem, yeah, maybe it's all the pieces.
Is that more of a policy about privacy?
I see where I feel like I know we started off like trying to focus on like, full participation in society or where they want to go, but I don't feel like I have not been able to really think about that because I don't know what the system means here. So I'm not thinking of, so I don't know what we are taking responsibility for. Because I can see you're thinking about, like because I don't necessarily think that we need to provide transportation to everywhere that people need to go. But I think we do have a responsibility that people can go wherever they want to go. And was thinking about, I don't want people to have a car in order to do that. But I also don't want people to be reliant on, or to have to, I don't want to have a statement that implies that we want people to only be using our services to go where they need to go. There's plenty of other options, like scooter, like bike share, or taxis that are more efficient, and a better use of spatial resources than personal car. And I don't necessarily want to say that I don't want people riding scooters or taking a taxi.
What about just saying that a proportion of people using a car may decline relative to other modes of transportation, something along those lines. That doesn't try to define what those other things are, isn't the bottom line. We want to get people out of their cars. And I'm sure there can be a metric that shows the proportion of people getting to where they want to go. How much of that, what percent of that is using cars and everything else.
But I think even that also doesn't help me determine what we're taking responsibility for on the statement that we are working on. Like, I still don't know what the system is and what.
Can we define the system in our, like, say the system is AATA and the ecosystem? Are you saying that the system can be seen as like, what is the system? Is it AATA or is it the encompassing ecosystem? Is that what they're trying to say?
I think it could be either, but whatever we decide it is will then determine what the next half of that sentence is.
Right.
If we say that people use the transportation system and we're thinking about the transportation system as a whole, then it's insufficient to say that to access where they want to go. People are already doing that. But if we're saying that the system is our services, then we get to what are where, in what cases are we trying to encourage people to use our services? And it's not just to go where they want to go. It's like to go where they want to go when it is, too far to walk, or like it's either that I can't nail down where the.
Why can't we just say, like, that an increasing proportion of residents, workers, and visitors use either AAA services or ride services or public transportation to access where they, and I do think need is missing. I still feel like it's missing. I think need and want is not overly judgy. I think it's okay to.
Yeah, but are we, or is that to decide what is need and want? Because if I want to go to the doctor's office, that is my want and my need. And for us to sit in a room and say, well, we're only gonna offer what you need, not what you
But
want.
need and want, need and.
Yeah, but that's the question that my head is, it's for us to say need, or like, I need desire, with a desire to go.
Sometimes you have needs, like,
Yeah,
buy food or go to get to appointments or get to work or like.
but that's still also, yes, that's the question is, who are we as sitting in this room to decide what someone's need or someone's want is?
And I think Mike said want is
Encompassing of your need.
but need doesn't necessarily encompass want.
But
I mean, because I don't think AAT is gonna just say, we're just gonna go to fun places. Right, we're saying that it's where we want, where society, where our community or wherever our riders want to go, we go. That could be a grocery store, that could be a doctor's office, that could be the art fair.
But I think ultimately we want our riders to reach their intended destination, rather it's a want or a need. So maybe we need to say something like that. Because then you're not, you want them to reach, then you can not say want or need, just
But
Whatever.
whatever think want includes need.
no. I think it's different, and I think people will interpret it different, like we're sitting here, going back and forth, because all of us think something different about it. Once we put it out there, I think other people may not interpret it the same way we intended it to, so that's why I think if we say something like them reaching their destination, then that means that we're providing a service for them to get to where they want or where they need. Just throwing that out there too.
Take a look at what I have on the screen right now, with 1.1 and then under 1.1 right now.
I like it too. I feel like it's also welcoming to all riders, all potential riders intended.
What do you think? Does that work for you?
I still don't see how that doesn't put us in competition with bike share.
Well, like I said, if you're in downtown, you can bike share, but if I need to get to Briarwood or here, I can't need to take the bus.
I agree, but I don't see where that's included in the statement.
Integrated?
And that's defining, seems like 1.1 is missing something. Like, what are we, is it based off the 1.0?
Yeah. So, yeah. Let me go here.
I mean, I like 1.1, but 1.1.1 is one, it's too specific. It's too specific, or I feel like it's saying that, I mean, it literally is saying that we want more people to use our services to get where they're going. And where there's nothing that like qualifies that, like when it is an appropriate use of our services.
We don't get to judge that though. What people do and how they travel is not our judgment or our, I don't know, I'm really struggling with what you're saying because we are the transportation authority. We provide buses and paratransit services that do support other areas, but I struggle with trying to make that us own the addition of bike share pedestrians, because while Matt can be and staff can be in conversation with the DDA or the cities and whatever to help coordinate services between the two, I don't know that that's the board's.
I wholeheartedly agree, but I feel that's what this statement is saying we're trying to do. We are trying to we are saying literally that people use our services to access their destinations.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have insufficient services to that is saying that we just want, like, full stop, we want people to be using our services to access destinations. It includes no accommodation for other modes.
I don't understand that because it doesn't say must. It's just saying that this is what we offer. We want a robust transportation system so that people have access, or whatever words it is that we choose. But we're not going out there with handcuffs saying, you're on that bike share, you have to come ride our bus. What we're just saying is, this is what our desire is for our transportation system to make it desirable for people to want to get out of their cars, to be able to have access to people who don't have cars or are, under the poverty line or whatever. But us taking responsibility for other modes of transportation, I really struggle with that.
But I feel that's what this statement is doing. So I struggle with that as well. But think about it this way: what are the arguments against free fares? Is that it does while it does promote ridership, it's promoting ridership from areas that we don't necessarily like want to be drawing from, that people are using a bus to go somewhere that they might have otherwise walked. And so if we were to do that, that would be satisfying this end. An increasing proportion of residents will be using our services, but those really actually aren't the people that we're wanting to be aiming at.
Jesse, you're jumping over the interpretation. And you're assuming that this is 100% of people are gonna use the AATA's services. And that's not how it works. So to think about, in Matt's interpretation, in particular, the increasing proportion. So let's just say 30% of the population of the service area uses AATA services. And, in particularly with that increasing, so the projection would be, in this next year, we're gonna get that up to 31%. Or, through whatever marketing, to increase the numbers. But there's no assumption in this that it's 100% of everybody that's moving in the area. There's no assumption about that. In the integrated, in what is currently in 1.1, that is creating a condition that there is an integrated ecosystem that AATA is part of. But then we've got, this other space that, so people aren't gonna use our services, and so the interpretation is going to really limit the expectation and doesn't exclude people using bicycles or scooters or whatever. We've got to set a baseline for the metric and keep raising that appropriately. So you just gotta get that interpretive space into that thinking.
Perhaps, but I still think that if we were to increase our proportion of residents by taking from people who are riding their bikes, like becoming more appealing to people who are walking or riding their bikes. Like, I guess the allowance for that makes this feel insufficient to me. But I'm definitely getting the sense that I'm alone in that, so.
Is your problem the increasing proportion? Is that where you're getting at?
No, it's the vagueness of the target here. And I'm all about the increasing proportion, but what I want to do is I want to pull people out of cars.
Okay. And so what you have there, you got does not rely on personal auto as the broader thing. And so then this is a lower level to that.
So is it a given that at the end of that statement, at 1.1 is use our services to access their intended destinations when they would otherwise use a personal automobile? Is that a given based on the preceding?
So can I speak so this is something that happened to me. One day I was leaving work and I usually walk home from work. It's a mile, fine. It was raining really hard. So I took so instead I walked a block and took the bus and then walked a couple blocks, right? Now, that is an example of it's not an example of me not using a personal car. It's an example of me not walking. But did I really feel my tax dollars at work that day? Yeah, I did. Did I feel good about having the system? Yes, because it was raining really hard. And then I met this wonderful, visiting scholar from Japan working at the law school, and we had a great conversation about technology. Awesome. And but it was an example of me not using a personal car. But did I feel like real value in that system that day? 100%. So, and sometimes it is part of the system, like my son takes the bus, like he goes to community, he takes the bus home, and then he gets in the car and drives to practice. Like that still, like he's still using a car as part of that system, but like less of that system, right? Or it's like part of this, so. Like I get, like Kathleen's point about like, we're not. Like, I think this is more of a, like, when we add, like, and then Rich and I were just having a sidebar about this, like, I think we should think about a policy that talks about our, like, advocacy goals. Right, or our values around that. But, but I do think there is just value in this, like, 1.1.1. But yeah, we want more people using the services, that's enough.
And I totally agree with that. I'm unsatisfied with this specific wording. That's it. I'm not arguing against the existence of the policy.
What word exactly, like what
Well,
exactly is the word?
Again, I don't feel like it is that it's either too open-ended.
All of it? Like what,
One dot one or one.
1.1.1. But I appreciate you all engaging with me on this. It feels like, I have some work that I need to do on this, and I don't need to bring you all along with me while I'm working on it. So.
go ahead.
Sorry for stepping out, came in midstream. Are you concerned that that would push me to attempt to get riders from the bicyclist market?
I'm not saying that I think you would do that, but I think that my concern is that this policy allows. I don't think you, CEO Matt Carpenter, would do that. The fact that I feel like that is a potential reasonable interpretation of this wording makes it feel insufficient to me.
I think when the board struggled with this before, it kind of pushes against what I think Susan's asking us about today. There was wording about public transportation options are attractive rather than the ride services specifically, to try to thread that needle of we're multimodal, we don't want to be in competition with some of these other good things. So it was all of these options are better used rather than just the ride services, which is a little mushy in terms of my accountability for something that I don't control. But it did open the door for our advocacy space to sort of get into promoting things that are not directly under our control.
As this conversation is progressing, I'm seeing that these two things are not necessarily connected. So I want to just kind of lay them out, and then we're gonna come back and take a look at it. And we're dealing with this in a fragmented way. We're just doing one at a time rather than seeing a whole system. So I think part of it is we need to see what the final product looks like and then figure out how to integrate it all. I think that's part of the issue. Pravina, you had something?
Yeah, something that's been kind of bothering me is that I feel like we are telling people we are here just so we don't want, if our goal is that we don't want people to take personal autos, and I don't think it's our place to tell people how they move. I think I feel like does not rely upon, but I as a public person can, if there's value in our transportation system, then it should be multimodal. So if I decide to use, I know the goal is that overall is we want people to move away from cars, but something for me, it feels like you're telling me that I can't take a car. It's not a and or like you can only use buses and get rid of cars. It's like you're taking something away from me. It should be my choice to say, I'm gonna walk, I'm gonna take a bike, I'm gonna drive to a point, or I have a choice, but if there's value in what we're offering with AATA, then I have a decision to make that maybe that's a better choice for me that day. I have a car, I have multiple cars, but I would say, today makes more sense for me not to take my car. I'd rather take this vehicle, take the bus. So because there's value in it for convenience, not to pay for parking, I wanna be more environmentally aware, but I feel like by just attacking that, or maybe no, it's not attacking, focusing just on personal auto, it just seems like we don't want anybody in cars anymore, when that's not a reality in our society. In some places you do need a car, in some places the bus doesn't take us there, and that might not be the best decision, but for me, that ecosystem piece is the multimodal ecosystem piece, that we have an organization that really works in that ecosystem that makes it valuable and makes sense to the user of how they're gonna move, and that could be a visitor, resident, or a worker. I feel like we're just saying upon, like, no cars, it just seems so like black and white to me. And not encouraging the value of what we offer as a whole city.
And I kind of want to go back to what I pointed out earlier, is we do have a policy already about cars that says public transportation options are increasingly chosen, not you have to do it, over the use of a personal car. And so my concern is putting it in more than one place, for, that may, does it belong more under the environmental piece rather than this one, like, because we already have it under the environmental piece. So that's also something broader that we need to talk about when we come back, because it sounds like we're shuffling.
So,
Right.
so if I'm living going to the hospital and I drive in from Chelsea, I might drop my car at the Plymouth Road Ride and Share and then catch the bus to go downtown. So that's both pieces that I'm using. Go ahead.
Two things. One, lunch is ready.
Okay, sorry.
Second thing, the board struggled with this kind of concept before in terms of what does this say to the general public? And I'll reiterate something Susan said. These are your instructions to me. If we want to write a PR statement from the board, you can do that separately. That was what the original vision statement, I think, was trying to do. So I get your point, like this sounds pushy, like some government institution is trying to tell the public what they should be doing. I'll encourage you to sort of compartmentalize in your thinking, to be like, nope, these are just your instructions to me. That's all they are. And if you mix PR intent in here, we did that before. We did have some statements in earlier versions of these ends that were public statements, but they were problematic because they were more of an expression of the board's, what they wanted the public to perceive us of, not something they were going to hold me accountable for. So we've managed to sort of put those things in different buckets over time, but every version of the board who's talked about this has struggled with this kind of issue of what would the public think versus are these just instructions?
So to that, Matt, if we said multimodal, if I was encouraging you as a CEO to be multimodal, to my example, if I don't live in Ann Arbor, but I work in Ann Arbor, I would want to do rideshare. So how does that ecosystem all connect? And if they then get dropped off somewhere and then take a scooter to their startup or wherever they're going, they might use three pieces. Encouraging you as a CEO to think about where that stop's going to be, or how many stops are there, or is that lot big enough, is going to be how does it all interconnect to the multimodal ecosystem that we have in our city that we're lucky to have.
And the agencies struggled with, are we a transit authority or a transportation authority? And we decided some time ago, and it's kind of woven into the old ends, that we are a multimodal agency. Yes, predominantly it's bus service, traditionally it's bus service. But the intent, and I think it's in the existing policy and the interpretations, is that we are a multimodal organization. We do not compete with other modes except cars. In that respect, we are attempting to attract those folks out of their cars because we have no power to compel them. We can't force anyone out of their car. But we could create an attractive alternative like a parking ride system, like putting more bike shares near the bus stops or things like that. And we do try to do those things very down in the planning area. So that intent is there. And I think you're talking about things the board has struggled with in the past. So it's good to hear that it's still important. and lunch is right.
Yeah, let's, before we do take ours, Cindy, you had your hand up, you had it a long time ago, I don't wanna lose that thought before we grade.
I think I was thinking a lot about wording around multimodal transportation system and also. Yeah, I think in responding to Jesse's point, but yeah, I think they're multimodal gets it a lot of my comment.
Great, thank you. All right, so it is now 12:23. Can we reconvene at 1, or do you need more time than that? Is that okay? In the meantime, be thinking about what you want to do with these lower level policies, you know, in terms of the social mission part of this organization and how we want to address that, okay? We're gonna come back to that when we come back from lunch.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and start with the second half of our program. Welcome back to the public if there's anyone online. Did we close you?
Thank you very much, Kathleen. So where we have been and where we need to go, we still need to address the whole social mission piece of this organization, as well as environmental sustainability and everything else. I would like to move us along and actually want to jump over the social mission for a minute and do the environmental sustainability next. So that, because I think that's going to tie into a few things that are going to impact us as well. And then we will come back to the social mission piece to make sure that we get that clarified. But I'm now starting to put things on a Word document so that you can see where I think we are as we progress, okay? So, let's go to environmental sustainability for a minute. So as, just for background, the service committee has been, over time, has been doing quite a bit of work trying to figure out how to deal with the environmental sustainability piece. And as you all know, I believe it should be an end, not an executive limitation. It is a condition that you want to create in this community and in the long run in terms of how we operate from a value perspective. It's clear, it's about a value that you hold, not necessarily limiting unilateral authority. And that's one of the things that would cause it to be in an end rather than in an executive limitation. If you want to limit unilateral authority, it belongs in executive limitation. But if you want to change the culture, it belongs in ends. So with that, and I'm not seeing my PowerPoint up there. Hang on again. Let's try this one. Okay, so after a considerable amount of discussion at the service committee meeting and thinking about an environmental sustainable end, I think that there's room for both the ends and then possibly a support space in the executive limitations, I think. But that's a different conversation. So we need to just get clarity about the value that you hold around environmental sustainability. So I have proposed, I've put this particular policy together, trying to capture what I heard at the service committee meetings, as well as, you know, what is the change you wish to see in the community regarding environmental sustainability. And so was my starting point. And so talk to me about what you see. This policy does not exist currently in an end.
Is this replacing the public transportation positively impacts our environment?
It's not replacing anything. Don't worry about replacing it. We'll deal with that as we get things.
So ignore the
Okay.
numbers.
Pardon?
Ignore the numbers.
Yeah, ignore the numbers for sure, because we're on, the numbering system has just gone to pot, but you know.
So you want to think about it from a value perspective. What do you value about environmental sustainability and this service?
One of the things I liked about it is something that Jesse was talking about earlier, was the whole thing about cars and whatever. But by saying 1.2.1, public transportation is the mode. So public transportation, it doesn't say buses or paratransit or TheRide or anything. It says public transportation. So that is inherently open to everything, right? Walking, bikes, the whole shebang.
Yeah.
I think we just need to add the word worker. Where, for residents, we don't have students in our previous statement. We had residents, worker, and visitor. Maybe we should consider.
Are students residents?
Yes,
Do we consider them residents?
yes.
Okay.
I do remember Susan Brigman at one of the meetings, maybe that was at the October meeting, regardless. We talked about, I think she had brought up that it's not just the transportation, but the overall operations of the ride. So not just the vehicles, but thinking about what do we have recycling? Are we being efficient with our ordering? Are we recycling the oil that we clean out of the vehicles? You know, I think that she had thought about it as not just how we move, but also how we operate. That we have a sustainable mission. I can recall her talking about that.
I remember that. Could it be added to the last line where it says the ride's options for transportation and the neutrality of? Could we add somewhere in there daily operations or daily, I don't know, facilities maybe might be the better word?
So like, I guess operations is not just how, it's everything I feel like it's more encompassing, right? Operations could be facilities and could be vehicles. Or even how decisions are made on routes.
That, and also the ride does own support vehicles that are not necessarily captured here either.
But, so again, we gotta establish the value system. What is the value system? Don't worry about the detail, because that, again, can come through an interpretation about what this is gonna encompass. But you want to establish the value system upon which you're gonna hold Matt accountable to achieve.
I don't know if the word recycling is right, like, is it?
I just put that in as we're talking.
Yeah, just thinking like, I think it's just an overall. In all decisions being made in operations, that there is some thought of environmental impact. Kind of it over encompassed, unless we need to be more detailed. Because for me, operations means everything from the transit center to even the office, everything that we do in the garage and vehicles is operations. That could be one operation, which is.
I think that was the intent in writing this, was to hit on operations broadly, which means facilities and the fleet. And I know we also had, it might be hard to capture all of this in, the one sentence, because we had it broken down by like a carbon neutrality goal. And then also, questions around like the circularity of, waste disposal and all these things. Buildings, so I think it really is just trying to, figure out the wording of something that encompasses, sort of overall,
So does that require then Matt to present like measurable outcomes?
We do not need to create the measure, that's part of our interpretation.
Good, so we can just say that in all decisions that you make in your operations that you think about the environmental, there's an environmental impact, right?
Well, now, the way you're approaching it though, you're approaching it toward an executive limitation, not an end. What is the impact that you want to make through what this authority is doing?
Okay.
It's about, gotta think about impact.
And so that's why I chose that, you know, the environmental sustainability, you know, those conditions improve. Because that's an impact. And so, you know, whatever that baseline is, then we can move from there. And that can, you know, the metrics would be developed from that. But. And again, I'm not tied to any of this language. But to recognize we have to think about it from an impact perspective. And your statement about environmental sustainability, it's a value statement. What do you value around it? And that's what we need to capture here. Julie?
So 1.2.1 now strikes me as potentially redundant.
Yep.
Given our prior conversation.
Right.
So would it, and I'm not on the service committee, so I'm looking for, would it make sense to maybe have one that's about like the vehicles and one that's about the system, or does it make sense to still combine it into one? Are there details that are missing that I'm not seeing, not having been present for those conversations that you think are missing from this piece?
I think fleet and facilities are basically encompass all of what we need. You know, my thought for language is like, yeah, we want the CEO to consider the environmental effect of, you know, whatever decision making there is in the pursuit of carbon neutrality, that being, you know, the goal. Yeah, I mean, I think that's important to lay it out that, you know, the goal is carbon neutrality. And that's, you know, where the context for those decisions being made.
So to think of a word that we used earlier, we are perhaps advancing our carbon neutrality goals through optimization of sustainable practices in fleet and facilities. Like, is that what you're trying to?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I think, you know, Sue talked about impacts, so our impact being, I don't know if it's the pursuit of carbon neutrality or if it's the impact is a positive impact on the environment through the pursuit of.
You're the expert. I am not trying to put you on the spot, but so.
What do you like about 122? What don't you like about it?
Well, I'm wondering why you admitted transportation services.
Oh. Only because pardon me. Let's try this again. I need to go back to here. There it is. It didn't fit with what was there.
The only thing I don't like about the last sentence that you just brought back is it doesn't read well to me.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is when it says, and recycling the rides options for transportation and services, options feels clunky to me, but again, that's just me.
That's like keep going to operations. It feels like it's just general. Or provides operations or. Sure.
I think, I don't know exactly what the optimized carbon neutrality means or adds if we're already talking about carbon emissions. I'm also not sure about what we mean by recycling. I don't like that as.
So you're suggesting to take out the optimized carbon neutrality? Or is it carbon neutrality that we're actually going after?
Well, I think it is. We just, by saying minimize carbon emissions and then optimize carbon neutrality, I just think we're.
But the emissions would just, the emissions coming across is only the fleet and not facilities, right? Like I said, if we recycle our oil, are we making decisions of having, you know, recycle bin in the office? But so that's, you just say improves with optimizing carbon neutrality in fleet facilities and transportation and services. get rid of recycling. Because carbon neutrality is emissions and recycling and
That's what you're suggesting?
And I would put in fleet and facilities and in transportations and then comma services. Right? Would that be?
But that doesn't, I think when we talk about operations, then it's practice, right? Like I personally, and it's so much work for Deb or whoever else is doing that, like when we have those giant packets at our meetings, like do we have the giant paper packets in our meetings? I don't know. Yeah, maybe not. So much work, so much paper, you know, like, you know, it's not just like, it's operations and practice, right?
But I would think that that would be covered under facilities because Deb works in one of the facilities. Could work through there. Also, you what would you want it to say in offices or in daily operations?
I'd say in like daily operations and practice.
Remember, we're defining about robust transportation system. So you're starting to get a little bit the management choices and not necessarily on the impacts from the robust transportation system. I don't want to imply that what we're talking about is not important, but we just got to stay focused on that impact piece.
Could you repeat that? That's impact of the robust.
Right, so this would be, let's just take a look at this for a minute. So this would be, pardon me, what I wanted to do. This is further defining the robust transportation, let me go over here. Stop this, bring up this other thing. So it'd be like, this is an impact that we want to create in advancing a robust transportation system. It's all got to be connected, okay?
I think it's connected. Within that system, that system can work towards carbon neutrality in its practice. That is not a conflict for me. But I see it as again, like reflective of the community's values and like we're operating a robust transportation system in the context of community, right? And like,
well, and we're only saying we want you to take this under consideration. This is important to us. But if the CEO has to define staff bandwidth, cost, all of those different things within that, but something else is more pressing, then that would be the CEO's decision. And he would also be the ones defining it and coming to us with his report. At that point, if we felt he was not reasonable, then the board could look at, no, this wasn't reasonable, this isn't what we meant. Do we need to change the policy? You know, that sort of.
Correct. Yeah, I think what we're trying to do with the ends is very much focused on defining that robust transportation system. We got to stay focused there. With what we were talking about in terms of operations, you might put that into asset protection or something like that in an executive limitation if you feel it's necessary to do so. But here we need to focus on the transportation system if that's where our global is taking us.
So a big part of that is what we have in 1.1 around, getting people out of personal automobiles. What we have with 1.4, I think is necessary, but not wholly encompassing that transportation system aspect of it, where I don't know if 1.1 could become a sub-policy under this or something like
It
that.
could, it could.
You know, I think that's a big piece of that if we're looking at overall impact of the system. And then I think there's some wording with the second half of 1.4 that I would change, like environmental vitality improves through the pursuit of carbon neutrality for AAATA operations. And we could say that includes fleet and facility or something like that.
Yeah, our suit, no, pursuit.
Susan,
Mhm.
apologize for interjecting, but I wonder if I might ask you a question. I keep getting turned around on this issue of, is this an end or an executive limitation? And almost every example the board has given today is about operations. It's an internally focused activity. It can be required, I think, would just be an executive limitation requirement. And we've gone back and forth about this so many times. And I almost want to push back a little bit, just as like for the sake of argument, to say, how is this not a backdoor means prescription? If you're regulating internal activities through an end. And I'm just confused. I'm just getting turned around every time I deal with it. And knowing from numerous conversations with the board, the questions I get from board members tend to be, do you have recycling containers? Are you recycling the oil? It's activity-based questions that the board seems interested in. And we had a bit of a back and forth with the last ends report. The work we put out was trying to get at the outcome measures, how much carbon, how much waste is, and are we doing it? But it was not talking about activities, because I understood that's not what we should be doing. And here are the interim targets to get to that point. So there's this, I feel like a disconnect in my own head and maybe within the room in terms of which one are we talking about? Internal activities or the impact in the community and for whom? And so I'm just wondering.
Yeah,
if you
so.
might share with that, because I'm turning myself around.
Right, and that's why I said we've got to focus on, this would be a lower level definition of what we mean by robust and advancing, okay, in terms of the transportation system. So I agree with you, we need to keep the management choices out of this. And if the board needs to say something about the management choices around recycling, that belongs in asset protection, I think, if we need to go there. So that's why, I want to make sure that we are focused on this environmental sustainability and its relationship to advancing a robust transportation system.
And if that's the case, the two things I think we've ended up talking about are, how does this agency affect the environment? It's through getting cars off the road, by getting drivers onto the bus, and our own footprint, our own operational pollution.
Okay.
And in the past, I think we've just kind of like pendulum back and forth. One of them is clearly an end, getting people out of their cars. The other one, I can't keep it straight in terms of, is that an impact on the environment or is that an internal regulation? Don't break the law and don't emit carbon, like their executive limitations. So I just keep getting.
Yeah, and I think my example, I wasn't meaning to like tell you to recycle oil. I think I wish you did, but like, if you did, that's great. I understood it as, this is in decisions that are being made, that the environmental sustainability is part of that decision making. Like, is this efficient? Is this also environmentally sound? Is it costly? Like, that's part of your evaluation.
Yeah. And we have bounced off ideas like that. How do I prove to you that every decision in the organization considered this to everyone's satisfaction? Like, that becomes a very reductive kind of rabbit hole. And we've struggled to articulate an interpretation on that. So we went back up to, well, how much carbon is coming out of the tailpipe. Without concerning ourselves how we reduce it, just is that number going up or down?
And that was my question too, Sue, is does everything have to have a measure? Or does
Everything,
it-
if you're gonna monitor it, anything that's, any policy has to have, as part of the interpretation, a metric.
Yeah, I'll worry about that.
Yeah, and I would also suggest though that, you know, the operational definition that you were talking about, Matt. You know, what is the value, you know, it's part of the culture, you know, that whole carbon neutral, reducing our carbon footprint is a cultural piece,
Right.
which is not an end. It's an internal management culture piece. So if we're gonna do anything with it, it does belong somewhere. If there is some unilateral limitation that you need to speak to, that belongs in executive limitations. So again, we're trying to, what I think in terms of the environmental sustainability, particularly with the zero emission buses and things like that, that's all part of the robust transportation system. And that's where a lot of that conversation was going in the service committee. And that would belong in ends. So if we're looking at
The propulsion system will-
zero, you know, the choice of going with the zero emission bus
Right.
would, you know, that to reduce or to improve environmental sustainability. Because
It's
it
just
is
another
that.
recycling bucket in the office. It's just another means to
It is, but
regenerate.
you would choose that in order to fulfill on this end. This end is establishes the value system that is held by the board.
Yes.
Okay, so there's clearly a value.
And I don't think that there's any disagreement that we will go in this direction. I'm just hung up on which bucket does it go in? And I don't see a difference between which propulsion system we choose versus how good is our recycling of office paper. Like those are all needs, I think.
Everything
How
we're
do I
gonna do in
distinguish?
relationship to this is needs. So we're trying to establish the what, not the how. We're trying to establish the what is it that you want this authority to create in the world? And so, you know, what value do you want to establish in writing in the ends that will carry through the choices made in terms of the authority? Without getting into the management choices, you still have to establish the value system because it's not present.
So my question is, to me, it is a value that Matt considers facilities as, in addition to buses and things like that, as a thing to think about. But facilities is a broad term. So then it's up to the CEO to say, this is how I justify facilities. We instituted a new, or I don't know, this is activities, I guess, but however he would justify, you know, the different things that were put into play. But, operational carbon neutrality is just, to me, is just as important as our buses having lower emissions and things. So to Matt's point, it's confusing me because I thought I heard him say if we talk about operations, then that is a means, but I'm talking about operations in a broad sense, not with any like drill down, like, and this is what operations mean. It means you're, you know, recycling, you're this, you're that, you're the other thing. So what's the difference between those two? Can you help me understand?
So the value system of environmental sustainability or vitality, choose whichever word works for you, has been clearly established in all the conversations, particularly from the service committee perspective, and even as we've looked at, you know, some of the board conversations. And if you wanted to, you know, if you wanted to drive that we're gonna advance the robust transportation system and, you know, against the, or with the value of environmental sustainability. That drives certain kinds of choices around purchasing, around, I mean, just around a lot of different things. And that's where what you want to establish in your ends. Because otherwise, I mean, if you don't speak to environmental sustainability in your ends, why would Matt be searching for grants to fund zero emission buses? Or, and all the things that have been on the plate for a long time. So what I'm suggesting here is that you want to clearly establish that environmental sustainability is a value for this organization in the impact that it makes in this area. I don't think we need to incorporate, at least at this point, again, I think there's probably a sister policy and executive limitations that gets to, your internal operational concerns. But I think here, it's about the robust transportation system. Or should be.
So can we go back to the exact language that you had on the previous page or?
Yep. Oops, sorry. Go to this. Let's try this. Yes. What do you think? Do we want to just leave it at this broad statement that's at the top?
I have a couple of problems with 122 on there.
Yeah.
One, I'm not, and maybe it's just me, I'm not sure what environmental vitality is. It's a sub point to environmental sustainability. What are we trying to differentiate there? Okay.
Yeah, we can put sustainability there.
Pursuit of carbon neutrality, which I thought was great, and maybe we just need to cut back.
Say that again, Julie.
Well, on the previous slide, I was also struggling to see the difference between like whatever 1.4 and 1.4.1 or whatever, the one on the top and the one right under.
Okay, yeah.
And so I actually like the simplicity of this 1.2, and then I like the pursuit of carbon neutrality in operations language. I think that maybe is sufficiently specific.
But I think that's, if you're talking about operations, that's where you absolutely need to put that into executive limitations. Doesn't belong here, but that's not about the robust transportation system.
I feel like there's a desire to include the term carbon neutrality in our ends. But every time we try to do that, we run into the fact that it is a goal, not an impact. And I don't know how to reconcile those two things without just conceding on those two things.
Jesse, do you think like having the first point, like contributing to environmental sustainability is a little broader, and so that way it's...
No, I was just simply pointing out that, like, it's not an issue. I'm not commenting on any of the language. I was just simply trying to identify that I think there is a desire among board members to include the term carbon neutrality in our ends. But I think that term might be incompatible with policy governance. Because it is a goal.
If you just said, just leave it at what's up here, the conditions contributing to environmental sustainability improve, would that be enough? You stated the value. You're not prescribing what that means. Leave that totally up to interpretation.
With the CEO interpret that as only the transportation network. I don't see how the ride is not a part of the transportation network. And how we would not include something about our operations, which include our fleet and our facilities.
It's also easier to measure, like easier to monitor.
Don't worry about the measurements. That's Matt's problem. That is his problem.
I'm not here to make math life harder though, right?
Yeah, but you're also not here to help him. You're here to partner with him to assure that you can clearly communicate your values.
So to Simi's point, conditions contributing to environmental sustainability improve in fleet and facilities. Like, I mean, are you thinking like combining the two, just so it's still simple, but you're identifying fleet and operations or just operations, so that way it's broader?
Now, I see sort of the point Matt brought up, where it's like, there's the component of us getting people out of single occupancy vehicles, and the other component is our footprint. I see that as the
Yeah.
two things we need to address here.
So maybe do we just say that? Well,
Basically,
straight up,
sort of,
yeah.
So
I'm gonna bring, is it okay to bring that in? Is the word operations, what's like, because I know that feels like that's more in the weeds. Is that what it's feeling like?
The value is obvious, and it's been here since the first generation of the end state, and I'm sure it'll be here forever. We're just trying to figure out which bucket it goes in. And the idea of the local environment is improved has always been an end state. And that tends to manifest as we're getting people out of their cars because buses are less polluting on the whole than the same number of people in individual cars. Getting into our operational footprint, there's clearly, I think, a strong interest on the board and within staff to minimize our footprint, not just in carbon, but in waste management and, you know, water management, like that whole rigmarole, like it's all in. There's no question about that. The question is, where does that go? And I think the phrase fleet and facilities is a distraction. I had a board member ask me a little while ago whether or not I was promoting alternative commute programs for our staff. I'm not sure that would fall in either of those buckets. So better to leave it broad and require me to sort of everything's in it. But that's very much in footprint kind of bucket. And I like Jesse's point about carbon neutrality maybe as a target. It may not, or a goal, it may not be the same thing as the outcome. I gotta think about that a little more. It's if you're gonna give me explicit instruction on our footprint, I just struggle with where does that go? I think it's an executive limitation, but we really think it's important and we think it should be in the end, but we can't quite get the round peg in its square. Or maybe I'm wrong.
Take a look at what I have on 1.2 right now.
I'm left to wonder why are we including carbon neutrality and not reduction of waste? What's the difference between those two things?
So in some, like the 820 plan, which I think might be something to reference or go off of here. All of these things have, you know, can be rolled up into a carbon equivalent of what recycling does or what reducing water impact does to our sort of overall carbon emissions. So I think if we look at it with that context, there's a lot more included in that carbon footprint than just the energy we use. It's about materials we use and how we reuse and all these things, which I want to make sure are addressed, and I think the community broadly has a lot of interest in that sort of thing. So if we're using, that's why I sort of shy away from sometimes like carbon footprint and think more about our environmental impact. Because, you know, that includes how we're using materials a lot more broadly than the emissions that are coming directly from those, so. But, yeah.
So can we have an end that is broad in the impact by saying either the transportation options positively impact the environment? And then and possibly leave it there as far as the ends are concerned, and then continue as we have been doing of laying out the restrictions in executive limitations. So we have the executive limitations that that require Matt to reduce or eliminate emissions, act towards carbon neutrality, minimize energy consumption, and dispose of waste properly. All of those are currently in our executive limitations. It's
Right.
I'm wondering what you just wrote, Sue. It looks so much like 1.2 where we already have, which is public transportation positively impacts our environment. It feels like we've gone full circle and come back to what we already have.
Mm-hmm.
And are we, is Matt's interpretation of this normally, it is about getting people out of single occupancy vehicles that are not, which I just see this statement as it's hard to ignore our own operations and footprint when responding to this statement, but you know, I think a ton of it should live in the executive limitations.
I feel like that's kind of like the value, or not even the value. I feel like there's a desire to have that answered when addressing the ends, and that it's that we want to have those things dealt with when we are, like specifically when we're talking about the ends, and that we're not satisfied talking about it during an executive limitation monitoring report.
I don't know if we're not satisfied. I don't think that's because of when we're having the discussion. I would think that's more of the information we're presented and maybe wanting policies to be rewritten to, you know, encompass those things that have been brought up in the past around, you know, what are we doing about materials recycling? Or are we encouraging alternative commutes, all that sort of thing?
So if we were to have, you know, just leave it with this, you know, and the transportation options positively impact the environment. And in the ends monitoring report, Matt only talks about, you know, reducing VMT and mode shift. But later on in the year, when talking about the executive limitations that deal with carbon neutrality and waste reduction, those topics will all be dealt with. They just won't be dealt with when we're talking about the ends. And is that acceptable?
That's a question for the group.
I wouldn't be adverse, so we already have, you had up there, public transportation positively impacts our environment. I wouldn't be adverse to adding like a 1.2.4 that directly addresses the service committee's concern about carbon neutrality and recycling and things like that. I guess I'm very confused right now because we said that it needs to be an end, but we sort of kind of already have ends that lean that way. So what about our ends that we currently have written? What's missing from it that we're trying to add?
Well, because we changed the global, you can't assume that what you already had addresses the robust. Because we took all of that social, environmental, economic impact out. So we can't continue to talk about those things unless, unless they are a function of defining robust transportation services.
So we are already saying that, public transportation positively impacts our environment. We talk about, chosen over the personal use of a car, that they choose public transportation. That, conditions are favorable for a more compact and walkable land environment, that are, relevant public policy is transit supportive. Could we then add a 1.2.4 and talk about this in addition? So carbon neutrality and waste management, or whatever it was that we were coming up with, wouldn't that be the best place to house that as an end, rather than coming up with a brand new end?
Take a look at what I have on the screen right now. I'm not directly answering your question, and I'm aware of that.
So we're kind of saying the same thing, because you're saying 1.4.1.
That was the ecosystem issue that, to reduce the use of personal cars. Personal auto.
But it's already there in 1.2.1, and it's said almost exactly the same way.
So.
I'm not trying to be argumentative,
No,
I
no,
really am trying
no.
to understand.
Let me pull up what your current ones are, because I've lost them. In all of my editing.
I'm having a similar feeling to Kathleen in terms of just adding another one in there that says the agency reduces its environmental footprint. We can elaborate.
In the
detail
ELs,
there,
yeah.
but it doesn't, that is very much a means-oriented exercise. But the agency reduces its environmental footprint or impact or whatever we want to say for the benefit of the general public, in a way that demonstrates value and efficient stewardship. But I also feel like we've tried this before. I feel like we're kind of going in a circle.
So I'm gonna invite people that were in the service committee conversations, because you spent a lot of time talking about this. Do you have any insights that would be helpful in this conversation?
I just think a lot of this, gets very meansy, so. It's hard, we've struggled with it the entire time of where this should go, and it seems like now we're at a point where maybe half of it goes in ends and half that goes in executive limitations, which makes it more challenging, but I mean, I'm thinking we leave it simple and broad in the ends. Specific and the limitations.
So Matt's point about the footprint, at least thinking that would not be 1.4.2, you're saying that it would be moved to that's more of a broader.
Yeah. This is what Kathleen was referring to. This is your current policy on environment right now, 1.2.
We can't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was looking.
Okay, thank you. Let me know when you can't see things, because I forget to hit share. What is your current?
I think those are all good components that do not touch our operations, so that remain in
And personally, I'd like to do everything that's currently under impacts our environment. I would rather move up to 1.1 because I don't see those as certainly not solely environmental. In fact, I think they're environmental or incidental. And that may be what, like the fact that these exist as sub-policies of the environment policy is one of the things that's contributing to the interpretation that's only covering things like VMT.
So what are you saying, Jesse?
I'm saying like, or if I was working with, if I was just looking on rearranging our current ends, I would move 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2, and 1, 2, 3 all up under 1, 1. I would move them out of the environmental impact entirely. Because none of those is directly or exclusively relevant to the environment.
Okay.
It's yeah.
So what I'm hearing is, and I'm gonna switch out of this for a minute and go back to the other document.
And we did the same thing to the other document. Right now, we have the policy under environment. I would be putting it under the. Yeah.
So you have an executive limitation that said something to the effect that thou shalt not fail to reduce the operational pollution footprint. All of internal stuff would go in there.
All right.
If you had an end that said, make the environment better, anything that would basically direct us to engage in things beyond our own internal, like, which I think is what you're trying to do. So up to now, that's included mostly reducing VMT by attracting people off the road. But it could include other things, hypothetically, that advantage the environment. You know, we participate in the Mayor's Green Fair. We do other things that are not about reducing our operational footprint. I think that's part of what the board's broader intention might be. The question of where the two things live, and Jesse's point about should we accept hearing about the footprint in a different report other than the ends. We can think about that.
Well, as I'm suggesting, again, the value system around the environment is so palpable in this geographic area. And it feels like there is a need in, you've been dancing around it for a while. Because that environmental sustainability policy is currently in the executive limitations, to me, it is establishing something that needs to be created. It's not a limitation on choices that Matt makes. It is what we are here to develop and advance through the choices that are made. That's why I think it belongs, even if we leave it at transportation options positively impact the environment and just leave it at that statement. That would set forth then, that focus of all the things that, the carbon neutrality, reduction of waste and all that kind of stuff as it relates to contributing to the overall environment of this geography. Julie?
So taking monitoring concerns aside for a minute, what I think part of our goal that has been missing, goal in terms of like what kind of impact, where are we going, is that we want this agency to be seen as part of the ecosystem that contributes to the community's carbon neutrality goals. And it feels like that's missing in these statements. So we see ourselves as part of this ecosystem, part of the solution, and not, just like when you think about like Office of Sustainability, but, you know. So where does, I mean, that feels NZ to me, and less mean to me. That it's,
So you're seeing it as the community benefit aspect.
yes. And when I think about like the values of the community and where, and what you're saying about, well, how do we get that? It's like, well, we're an important part of that solution, right?
I think you're both saying it doesn't feel like a shall not do, allow this thing to happen.
Yeah.
It's more, go forth and cause this thing to
Yes.
occur.
Yes,
I think you're both saying the same thing.
yes.
I think that's true, and then, but we're having a hard time figuring out how to phrase or how to include the breadth of that concern, that, you know, the community's concern is not solely about the impact of the actual transportation. It gets into everything in how that service is provided. But then as soon as we start talking about that, we are talking about operations.
Yes.
So how can we express that full breadth of the concern? Because I think by not including that, we, as has been demonstrated very clearly, if we say transportation options, that tends to imply that we are talking about the vehicles and not about everything else that goes into it. And so, like, I really want to include the word operation, but that's because that's the best one that I can come up with. Or I could say the provision of transportation positively impacts the environment, which is just really cumbersome.
Or how about just the ride? Positively impacts the environment.
And then that's every, right, the ride, his facilities and fleet and then all of that, that's pretty local.
Are we overthinking it in terms of, probably just pollution, you know, the environment is better because we're here. There's something along those lines that if you want to be as specific as, and carbon is reduced. Is that an end statement?
I think it is. If that is what you're trying to achieve.
Can you repeat that sentence again for those of us that
The
have?
environment is improved and carbon is reduced. Carbon emissions are reduced. I would have to go come up with an interpretation of what does that mean? And we might still be sorting some things into different buckets later. You know, how many recycling bins I have in the office may or may not show up in the ends, but zero emissions propulsion problem.
And again, we're looking at, and all of that is against, the demonstrating value and efficient stewardship of resources. So that has a lot of impact on the choices that are made internally.
I kind of got behind this one because it talks about carbon emissions being reduced, which was something that was not in the ends prior. Is that the thing that you thought was missing, or is there more?
I feel like this is not my, I don't know. Like it. I just think something does go wrong in the ends. I'm just not sure how we. But
How about the community benefits?
More clear about who who the policy is for.
How does that strike you? Is it good enough for now?
I like it. No.
I like what was there better before.
Yeah,
Just the ride, just starting with the ride?
yeah.
And the impacts rather than impact.
Right.
And I think positively impacts the environment and carbon emissions are reduced is important. This board, you've been pretty consistent in your questions to me about carbon neutrality and other things that are maybe adjacent to that, waste management being an example, water management being another. So I feel like it's an and, not and only by eliminating carbon or reducing carbon. And if you say, carbon emissions are reduced, I'll have to produce an interpretation that shows you what that reduction looks like. And it would, I can assign a target in the interpretation of when we reach zero. We have that already. So that's not a big difference. And then interim steps about, how long is it gonna take us to get there would show up in that interpretation.
So do we have a consensus that this is what we like?
I don't.
Do we get one, Sue?
I may be there. I'm gonna suggest that we leave it and move on and get that. Better save it.
Are we talking about keeping 141 or not?
Let's just keep it for the moment, okay? We can, eliminate it when we take a look at, a gander at the whole thing, okay?
Can I make a spicy comment? I don't know if it's spicy.
Not agree.
What my thoughts are is that, we're probably not going to get to the end of this today, but what I'm seeing is that you're gonna compile everything from the day, bring it back to us. So we don't have to feel pressure that 100% of decisions have to be made today. But we are going towards a goal of what we talked about today is gonna move forward.
Right.
Is that what I'm saying?
That is what you're saying. And I will say that, the next question on 1.5 and 1.6 had no comment from you when we met in October. So they might just be fine the way they are. We do have to spend some time on the social mission piece. That we kind of skipped over when we got caught up into what is now 1.2. So I am gonna just suggest that we might want to, Deb, is the dessert out there right now?
Yeah.
It is?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet, okay. Let me set that up for us then to see, where we're gonna go, and then we'll take a break, because I think lunch is kind of set in for everybody as well. And, so let me, just go back here for a second. And show you.
We'll be having this fest.
There we go. Okay, so where we are, with, come on, move on. There we go. Yeah, I don't know that we need necessarily the public transportation, positively impacting the economic prosperity of the area. Do we need that any longer? It doesn't address the robust transportation system. Would you agree with that? Okay, so we're gonna eliminate all of this. Is there anything here that you feel is important to keep?
Not even as an elaboration of what transportation is.
I feel like there's more work to do on that we've already started that gets into this, like talking about that the concept of full participation in society, which kind of covers.
Those more details, yeah. Okay.
Right, yeah.
So I'm thinking that this is one that would be removed from the new version because it's not related to the robust system and it goes to the old global end. Okay, so if you're all good with that, then I would like us to move then to just take a look at number 1.4 and 1.5. So we got the high satisfaction and area residents take pride. Those are the two that currently exist in the current ends. And do these relate to advancing a robust transportation system?
This is not the actual wording of our current policy.
Yes, it is.
Not on my board packet, or not in my policy.
Excuse me, okay, maybe I.
Passengers are highly satisfied with public services.
That's what I have.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one I have too.
Residents
There
in
we
the
go.
area recognize the positive contributions of public transportation to the
Right.
area's quality of life.
I don't know where I got that. So that's what, you can't see that right now. Let me pull that over to the right place. Here it is, here, yeah. Okay.
I can start off 1.4
There you
then.
go.
The passengers are highly satisfied with public transportation services. I think this is something that we added the last time it wasn't. And we felt very strongly because it also sets up the ELs. There's up to me as a board member and as a citizen who uses transportation is provided, yay. But is it attractive? Am I satisfied riding it? Do I want to be in a dirty bus? Do I wanna, have to walk, 2 miles to get to my bus stop? You know, those kinds of things. So by passengers being highly satisfied with public transportation services, it sets up treatment of the traveling public, I think, really well. But it also sets the standard of, we don't want to just have a system that muddles along. We want it to be premier. We want it to be attractive. We want people to use it. So that's why I like this, but I'm open to discourse and also maybe wordsmithing or whatever. But, it was just really important to let the CEO know and staff know that, you know, it's great that you're getting those buses out, but if they're not clean, if they don't have this, if they don't have that, if their ramps aren't working or whatever. And so that's what makes it, our public tells us whether or not they're satisfied.
Great.
When we do
Okay.
our, yeah. So.
Julie, I 100% agree with the sentiment. I'm just not sure that our language is consistent now, given the changes that we made. So, because now it says public transportation services, and should it be the ride services? Should it be? Because I don't know how we pulled Matt Campbell for other kinds of services that are not our own.
Well, that's a really good point.
And,
And we're talking about eliminating 1.5, which I think we should.
To eliminate 1.5, let's stick with 1.4 for the moment, okay, just make sure we're all in
that was
agreement.
my only, yeah.
We're all in agreement with 1.4 and just changing it from taking out the word public to the rides, transportation services.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, we're all good? All right, now, Mike, 1.5, why do you want to eliminate it?
First of all, I'm not, it just doesn't seem to add anything. And also I think there's a measurement problem there. It just is. I mean, it's nice. But that's about all I can think of. I hope,
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
That's-
Ravina?
It should be part of our policy.
So Mike, made me kind of start thinking when you were speaking is, and then what Kathleen was saying is that when you're thinking highly satisfied, your interpretation was, is it clean, is it safe, does the ramps work? And Mike was then speaking, what, 1.5, and then I started thinking about, well, that's an operational piece, but then positive contribution is a societal piece. So does this bring, it's what to Julie you brought earlier, does this bring value to me? Is the ride valuable to our society? Does it making decisions that make this a thing I want to support or use? So for me, it's two different things. The highly satisfied is customer survey or user survey, and the other one is taxpayers contribution, or that, how does this impact? So they're two different things. It could maybe be, what is highly satisfied me and to whom?
And I think but that's just it, it's like the customer is important, but also the area as a whole, which is something that we have measured, in our, in the poll that we do every once in a while. One of the questions, just has to do with, do people view the ride favorably? And something that I love telling people is that even among people who don't want to fund us, we have a positive reputation. People don't want to pay for the tax, but they still think that we are important and that we provide a valuable service. And I think that says a lot about the quality of, like, I mean, this, and I think that people recognize the positive impact that we have. And I think that is certainly important for us to maintain. I'm not saying that there's not improvement for the end, but I think that's getting to a value that I would like to see expressed.
I like that wording better than the way.
Okay, putting the ride in fact, that's a question I had all the way through this. Should I be putting in the ride instead of ATA?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure.
And public transportation is replaced by the ride, or that's,
I don't think there are any references now to public transportation. So we're all good here? On these two?
you
Yeah.
Okay,
so
so
efficient, guys.
I knew this road was gonna be fast. Okay, so we have, what we have left. Is the break out there now?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So we have to go back to the social mission piece. And also, what's missing? What's possibly missing here is around issues that I know the service committee has danced around a lot, around safety and things like that. So those are the two things that we have left to do.
Awesome.
Okay, and then going back and looking at the whole thing and seeing how we want to mess it up. So anyway, let's take a break. Can we do a 10-minute break? Would that be enough time, or do you need more time?
That's fine.
Oh, that's you.
10 minutes, so that puts us in at 2:22.
It's yours.
The formal. Our next challenge is about the social mission. And what we have, I don't think 1.2 is the proper broader definition or broader policy around the social mission. So my question to you is, what is your value around the social aspect, the social mission aspect of the ride? What matters to you from a broader perspective?
You find social, please.
Well, we're talking, I mean, the things that we talked about were people with economic challenges, people with disabilities or mobility impairments, those being kind of a social service aspect.
So can you just scroll up so I can see the 1.1.2? Oh,
Yeah,
I mean,
the number is all messed up. Okay, so.
oh no, the thing is
Yeah.
blocking the wording. I'm just trying to read.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see what the problem is. Okay. There we go. Does that work?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So what is your value around that social service aspect and the ride? What matters?
It absolutely matters that people with economic challenges and affordability issues have access to transportation. Some of our most vulnerable customers and people that need to get wherever it is they need to go. And also, as a person with a disability, that people with disabilities, mobility impairments, our seniors, our non-native speaking, non-English speaking people, those kinds of things, that is ultimately, that's a strong goal for me as well.
Can we get to a broader place though, that would include both of those things?
we don't want there to be barriers to using transportation.
Is it just people with barriers or is the social mission for? When we say visitors, I mean, so when we say residents, workers, visitors, they said it, right, they said that, right. Those are all the people. Is that our social mission? Are we specifically in this goal today to talk about this population that we want to serve? That's unique. Like, I'm just trying to understand what we're speaking to, like, when we say societal.
For me, them being housed in the ends as separate bullet points is important in that they're, we don't want them to get lost. So it's real easy to say that, you know, all people, blah, 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 blah. But historically, we know that things like DEI are coming under fire and things like that. Those are people that we care about very deeply in addition to all of our residents. And my fear is if we eliminate them, that they're going to get eliminated that their importance is going to be lacking. And it's important that our service programs that we have, like fair deal cards for people who are socioeconomically challenged, those kinds of things, those happen. Are you suggesting that we have a broad statement and move these to ELs?
No, I'm suggesting that we need to create a broader policy and then the 131 through 133 would be further define that. What we're missing, what we had previously is no longer there. We shifted that to all passengers, all residents, workers and visitors. And so it did focus on the social mission part of the services. So my belief is that we need to have just a broad statement of values that would lead into the lower levels of the economic challenges. That's where I'm at.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I was having a hard time shuffling what the past was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we say in intent that we prioritize,
We will.
you know?
Yeah.
Right? Like, can we just say, like, we prioritize serving? Yeah, or like, how do you?
Yes.
I don't want to couch it in negative language, right? I want it to be positive.
So if we get this down, first of all, then we're gonna reorder these in the order of priority that you think are a priority. And if we want to lift this one up as a key priority for, services, we can say that. We can put that in right into the policy.
We just say that we prioritize serving group. Can we say something like serving groups that have, or serving people who have something about historical access to transportation?
I was just thinking historically.
We lack that,
allies is
yeah.
a big one.
Yeah, but even so, like specifically like historically lacked or historically struggled with access to transportation or historically, you can put it as positive instead of negative,
Yeah.
but,
Historically, what did you say? Historically,
I mean,
Marginalized.
but I'm trying to be a little more specific, like it's a historical, like, lack of access to transportation, right? But I'm trying to find a way to say that in a way that is.
well, let me
So
just,
could it be a historical lack of access to affordable transportation?
well, that's only dealing with one segment.
Right.
And a note of caution, you could have a 75-year-old
Wealthy.
millionaire,
Yeah.
Yeah.
is he who you want public transportation for? Historical population is very broad, as opposed to, I think you're trying to not say is, we're here to help low income. Kind of like what Kathleen said more directly.
Well, I mean, and though, right?
Right, I was
And-
thinking, when I said historically marginalized, I was thinking LGBTQIA and disabled and there are a whole host of marginalized communities out there in addition to those who are low income.
One thing to consider is is your intent all LGBTQ, for example, or just the ones who need transportation? Like, what's the social mission side of that?
I think we're trying to get those, say a word that's gonna get the gist of those marginalized groups that we were talking about across an ends policy that is in a positive language and not said in a way that maybe.
And we have to though, put it in terms of the impact that we're gonna make, not what we do,
Right,
not what we do.
absolutely.
So I'm gonna go take us back to the people who access barrier-free services. And just to recognize that, you know, then in the lower level policies, we've got people with economic challenges, people with disabilities, and, you know, and then students.
Is it inherently understood, because we've been adding the ride to different things, so when we say people access barrier-free services, that seems very broad to me. Do we need to center it around the ride services? Do we need to say it again, or has it been said enough already that that's the subtext?
Say it.
Because people could use our service to get to a restaurant downtown and it's not barrier-free, you know what I mean? So I want to make sure that we're.
Well, and I think it's that people who have historically lacked access to transportation services now have an inclusive, welcoming, like high quality service, right? Like that's sort of where I think that the social mission piece of it, and we prioritize serving those populations.
But what's the word?
Well, I'm wondering, an experience inclusion.
Right.
This is an important discussion. Traditionally, in the last generation of this, it really focused on, it could be of any make, model, whatever, of human. But it was the low income or inability to drive that defined whether or not they were someone who was trying to serve. What I hear you going, you're going a bit broader to a more inclusive space, and that's fine.
Then the lower level policies though address this. So think about this, what's on 1.3 right now, just if we go with that. It's an if. Then we are further defining the people, you know, in the lower level policies that, you know, what they should be able to experience, what the barrier is that we will be eliminating. So people with economic challenges have affordability, have affordable. People with disabilities or mobility impairments, in the list of people there, have equitable access. Oh, and that one I would actually suggest that we might think of, is it access or is it that they can easily navigate? Particularly people that, you know, non-English speakers. It's not necessarily the equitability. It is about the ability to navigate in an English speaking environment. You know, so I mean, that kind of gets in the way. So I think, but where we need to start though is with that broader value. Then we can further define then what are the barrier, how are we gonna create the barrier-free environment or the inclusion piece? So my question is, if we started with what is identified as 1.3 on the screen right now, does that capture your value around the social mission aspects of the ride?
Can I ask what barrier-free means in this context? What is it? Let's say barrier-free, like there's no, what does it sense? Like it's accessible, it's affordable. Is that what barrier-free means in this?
Yeah, I think so. I think that was the intent.
It was definitely the intent. That we're gonna remove the traditional barriers of affordability, et cetera.
And then by having the broader statement above, we define what the barriers are for each, whatever that we're defining, and then that's how we come up with that. So we have the broader one, and then we narrow it down. This is who we're targeting, and this is what we're targeting about them, low income.
So we're targeting like people who are like underserved or under, rather than saying, are we taking like the marginalized part out of the broader statement?
It was never in the broader statement.
Oh, okay. I thought there was some discussion around that, so.
It never was, it wasn't in your actual policy, your current policy. Some of you have it in front of you there, hang on a second. It basically said, residents in the area have equitable access to public transportation services that enables full participation in society. Is what we had.
No, I mean, I thought there was some discussion about trying to get the wording right, like low income versus under.
Sir.
That's the part I'm still kind of stuck at, but if we moved on, then I apologize.
Well, Matt keeps bringing it up, it's not necessarily low income people. I
That's
mean, if
what I'm
you
asking.
have, if wealthy billionaire in Ann Arbor all of a sudden has a stroke and cannot drive and needs to get someplace, is that, that person is not low income, that person is not marginalized, but they have an issue that they need other transportation that they cannot provide for themselves, so.
Meaning that person would have a barrier that they would need to,
Right.
not, okay.
Also, in the order of this, is this you look at this as a separate order of importance of the board things, or?
No.
Everything?
This is just this, we haven't talked about order of importance or priorities at all.
Okay.
At this point. We will. So what you had previously as the lead into this, I'm just gonna put it up there. But it's because we're talking about, that people get to their intended destinations, et cetera. Okay, but it seems that there is a need to speak specifically to folks from that social mission perspective. So is there another way? And obviously something other than have access. And this is maybe where that reliability comes in, or all those descriptors that we had earlier in our conversation. I can bring those forward as well to make sure that we address what we need to address. What are you thinking? Now the brownies have set in.
I'm looking at people, I should say people have access to the ride's barrier-free services. So I guess this is where the future thinking comes in. We're not currently 100% barrier-free. We'd like to be, but we're not. But because this is future thinking, it's acceptable to say that language in the way that it's written. Okay.
Yeah, you can put it either in the past, or in the present or the future.
Can I ask, I think Jesse, I think you brought up barrier free, can I ask you to elaborate on that, or whomever brought it up?
I didn't say barrier free, but just,
I thought you did.
well, I maybe didn't use that, but yeah, I said that there not be barriers, like, I guess maybe.
Usually that term in our industry speaks about physical
Right.
That's what I was.
and I feel like the intent of your discussion grew very quickly into something bigger. No economic barrier, no social barrier. I would like to ask you to elaborate.
Would the word term systemic barriers, would that cover everything that we're talking about, or does that not cover things like physical barriers?
I guess it's a question of the scope of the impact. Are you talking about just barriers of things I control in the agency, or historical barriers like access to Willow Run neighborhood has been historically had barriers in the shape of large roads that surround it in all directions. I don't control those roads. Do you have an expectation in that way?
Yes, sir.
So what if we said something like, the ride services remove barriers to transportation, providing services that are, and then some of those things that we Affordable, inclusive, et cetera.
You want to put it in terms of what we do, you have to put it in terms of the impact of that. Okay? I'm sorry. I know it's frustrating.
So I'm just like, I just Googled the word barrier free and they have economic and social, right? Could we put that to define in the? You just have it as barrier though. But what, you have social, but it's, well, maybe social and economic is,
How about economic and social barriers are eliminated to allow access to all? For the second,
I mean, is eliminated as like a sum zero game? Or is it?
Still for my type of language. Because I mean, I think we're working on that, right? So. Can we say something like? It's still kind of what we do, but like. It's this whole like advanced language again, right? Like we're working towards the elimination of economic and social barriers to transportation. Providing service that is inclusive or reliable or responsive or whatever, affordable, whatever we want to put in there.
I feel like that's it.
And I don't know if we even want to call out like economic and social because maybe that leaves something else out.
Social is really.
Elimination of barriers, right? Like, pardon, couldn't we just say like that we're working, you know, that.
there was something like that.
But I just, when it says to all, it's not recognized, I think we still want to recognize that there are groups that we are prioritizing services for because they have been historically marginalized, right? And because they are the ones most impacted by those barriers to transportation.
Which is what the sub policies are.
Yeah,
But she's saying all.
inclusion to all feels, I don't know, it just
What
feels.
about all inclusive? Is that better?
Sending
Wanna
drinks.
Hawaii.
What?
No, really heard that.
What a great all inclusive.
All.
I would almost rather like take that language out, cause it feels like good people on both sides to me. I don't know, it just. It,
Allow access means. What is that?
I don't think it's politically correct to say marginal, people who have been marginalized.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel right.
No. Inclusion can be a mean of it's a lot of different people who.
Right, and I don't think you wanna get to low income qualified. I don't think you want to, so, and one of the reasons really that I put to all in there is to be all inclusive. So that, and we're gonna, if we further define, that the people with economic challenges.
yeah,
Are affordable, I think that might address it, at least narrow it down more.
Is the word all that's throwing you off?
It
Like
is.
maybe if it's like inclusion for.
All who have been challenged, who are challenged.
just eliminate the barriers to transportation, that's just what we're trying to do.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I'm thinking
Yeah.
the same thing, like. The ride services will eliminate barriers to transportation.
How about facilitate the elimination of barriers.
Okay, both of you, all of you are talking about what we're gonna do. What's the impact that we want? What's the condition you wanna create? That's why you've got the elimination of barriers there instead of we are going to facilitate the elimination of barriers.
So the
Isn't that
elimination.
what I said though, like, the ride services will eliminate barriers to transportation.
Yeah, that's good.
Even the access of,
Oh, we missed.
Take us out.
The wrong.
well, I would say barriers to transportation. Not,
Oh, yeah, we should change AATA to.
You used a word earlier in one of the ones that we redid that alluded to it's happening now, but not at full peak and it's continuing. Could it say the ride services continues to, or whatever the word would be, eliminate barriers so that it's an ongoing process?
But it's, no, because then you are still getting into what we're gonna do. You know, and so you gotta depend on the interpretation. And Matt is gonna say, we've got, you know, we've eliminated barriers for a certain, you know, group of people by giving free rides at Christmas time. And, you know, so that is gonna be in the interpretation. So the condition that you wanna create is similar to, where's the other one? It was down here somewhere.
Barriers to transportation are eliminated.
Yeah, something like that.
I think that there was a while that Matt was always using, I think rather facetiously, like the shout, we exist to cure cancer. And you used that facetiously for a long time until we found out that there was actually.
No, that's an actual end.
Right, that.
And an actual interpretation that, that exists.
There was a, like a group that gave grants to, cancer research, and that was one of their ends, was to cure cancer. And, but then through each interpretation, it was the progress toward that goal.
Yeah, that was an example of the board can give like the big, hairy, audacious goal. You don't have to worry about how it's gonna be done or how many years it's gonna take to get there. That's my job, is to figure that out and give you a breakdown of what that looks like that you can agree.
How about this? This review.
Should it say people or passengers or something before that, like so-and-so will have this
Experience.
Is it 0 or 1? Yeah, 0 feels. I feel like it's
That's good.
it's removed into the 0 is my thought.
Well, again, interpretation is, you know, or you could say, minimized. Experience minimal barriers. Yes. Minimal barriers.
Okay.
This is Julie, this is where you were trying to like phrase that in a positive
way,
yeah.
It's not that we don't exist to reduce barriers, it's that barriers do not impede anyone's act, or like
Yeah.
flipping the term, the word.
Right.
Yeah.
Are we happier with that sentence?
Barriers do not
Yeah.
impede the use of transportation.
I like it.
People experience minimal barriers to access and use of transportation.
Why not? Why say minimal and not no barriers?
Well, we had 0 on there.
Right, but why, so what was wrong with 0?
Well, I guess to your point about cancer.
Mhm.
I
I mean, if that is the world that we want to see, that there are no barriers to education or to transportation or education, but, let's just say it and not your experience.
I would say, no.
Yeah.
I think no feels better than 0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Besides, how do you define minimal?
anyway, like.
He's gotta figure that out.
Yeah.
This barrier.
Right. Barrier less unbarrier. Barriers would be a teleportation service.
Should we say
Well, perfect.
Yeah.
10 years from now.
Yeah.
I would say more than that.
Question, should we say passengers rather than people?
Passengers.
Where?
Well, there's
The 1.3.
transportation, aren't they? By definition, services.
Well,
No, because sometimes we have
It's
folks that are
our-
using that are standing on platform. Remember, we had that debate around the MC transit center. So that's why we're avoiding using passengers.
Sorry.
Does it feel better to say passengers? Riders?
But we've been using people in our earlier one
Right.
under 1.1, so I would rather have people than passengers.
so does that mean like
Other contexts that.
other kinds of transportation that we don't have control over?
Well, I'm thinking about, okay, so if we say people versus passengers, what that means to me in the long term is you could have a parent who is helping their developmentally disabled child navigate TheRide's website. So that's a people
Right.
having access to something that is not a passenger, but they need to be able to access our website or whatever, you know what I mean? And I think that's why I lean that.
Let's leave this. I think there's agreement. It feels like there's somewhat of agreement there. So let's look at the lower level policies then. I'm gonna skip over the highlighted piece for a minute. So what you've had previously is in this first group of 1.3s, like 1.3.1, 1.3.2, and 1.3.3. I was playing with the language, you know, to get rid of the have access part, and offered, the bottom three as potential ways to think about it. So you've got kind of a compare and contrast concept here.
Some are redundant.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, people, this was, the bottom ones, these are Sue's versions, I'm gonna put an S there.
Oh.
So you know, this was my, thinking as an optional language to eliminate that have access, the having part doesn't. That means let's just, you know, put the bus stops up and then we're good, you know, rather than creating a way for people to encourage people to use the whole marketing aspect or you know, the public education aspect. If you just offer, say, have access, you don't have to do anything else other than just putting the bus stops in place. Oh, well, I mean, it's more than that.
I think 1.1.3 is wrong.
So which 1.1.3?
One,
Oh, this one?
1.3.3 above it refers to perception of safety.
Yeah,
I think it's some sort of typo.
yeah.
And I would not like to see us take out people with disabilities. I think that's really important language to include in our 1.1. 1.1.2.
It feels like the people with disabilities and then the seniors, minors and non-English speakers, they're different needs. And it's not just having access, but it's you know, like particularly the non-English speakers, you know, it's navigating. It's not,
No, I don't mean to take them out. I just mean in your 1.1.2, the S 1.1.2.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't include people with disabilities.
Oh, sorry.
So I just want to make sure that if we're
So are
going
you
with the S
saying-
version,
You like this language in here?
it should have people with disabilities.
Yeah, just to add disability
Yeah.
to your 1.2.
I have a,
Okay.
I've been hearing that the word disability is an outdated term and people are saying differently abled. Is that something? I know it's a
You're
debate.
getting into a whole, okay, just as there are many ideas, many different types of disabilities, and many people in the disability community who have different feelings about verbiage, like the word crip. There are many people in the disability community that are bringing it back. They want to own it. They want to live it. They want to say that belongs to them. I'm hesitant to give a definitive answer to that. Most people with disabilities, I don't think, are upset with the word disabilities and it, you have Disability Network, Washington World Livingston. I mean, that's how a lot of our, I'm on the commission of persons with disabilities. So I think I hear your concern, but I think in the disability community, it's not.
I don't have a concern, I just wanna make sure that it's being.
Oh, I hear you.
It's not, we're not saying it, if the term is now like updated or not, I just didn't know.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is people with disabilities included inside people with mobility impairments? Or are they two very different things?
Well, people with disabilities to me include, I'm a person with disability. I happen to have mobility.
Okay.
But it's all, there's that fine line. Not everyone who has a mobility impairment identifies as disabled.
Right.
So I'd be inclined to keep it,
People, okay.
but it's up to the board. But
I mean,
again,
comment
I was
instead
gonna
of
say.
for,
yeah.
you could be on crutches and have them.
Absolutely, yeah, and they're only
And then,
temporary.
Yeah.
to just
Yeah.
add to the complexity, sorry, mobility impairment versus a health impairment, right? So there's also people who have mobility, but they might have health
I'm
impairments.
going to say
Impairments.
impairments.
I mean, that's a question.
That's what I did down
Oh,
here,
okay.
cut that out because it.
Well, just
I would leave disability as a social model of disability.
You think disability,
Just
comma,
stay
impairment?
right. We
Yeah.
are using the social model of disability.
So,
Yeah.
let's say just keep disability, comma, impairments. But the question is if we add the word mobility or not.
I would get rid of it.
You would what?
I would get rid of mobility.
And then 1.1.2 Sue version is missing disabilities. Oh,
So I would offer here that in the industry, there are often legal definitions about what is person with a disability. Phrase impairment is not used legalistically. If you think about the broadest sort of inclusivity you want to achieve in this space, you make that bucket pretty big. All the legal definitions of what we would have to do anyway would fit in that bigger bucket. There are people that say, I have a disability, and legally I could say yes, but you're not disabled enough for me to legally have to do something. That is absolutely something we do. So
impairments can fall in that category.
I would encourage you to think about what is it kind of the bigger bucket you want to achieve here?
Yeah.
And then I can, in my interpretation, sort of wordsmith the legalistic side of it.
What about people with mobility challenges, or excuse me, people with mobility challenges?
Are you talking about in addition to having the word disabilities? Stay?
No.
I struggle with that because you have people who have mental disabilities, you have people who have health disabilities, they might be diabetic. Disabilities encompass way more, and it's one of the things the LAC pointed out that, it might not be in our paperwork here, but the inclusion, I'm gonna bring our, the LAC included their concern about disabilities. Matt, can you help me out? I'm struggling now. So disability, someone can have a disability and have a lot of different things, but just because they're disabled doesn't mean they have, just because they have an impairment doesn't mean they're disabled. And disabilities crosses everything. So it crosses mental disabilities, educational disabilities, all those things are covered. And one of the things that Matt used that we've been struggling with is that the buses are accessible because there's a ramp. And that's where I was going. LAC is uncomfortable with that. That's not all disabilities. Just because you can go up a ramp doesn't mean I can hear the bell going off, or that I can see where the pull cords are, or that, you know what I mean? It really is broader than just someone in a wheelchair or with a cane or, you know, a walker or some other mobility impairment. There's just, it's so nuanced that if we only included mobility impairments, I think that that would be a disservice to the disabled community.
and equitable.
And then,
Although that's part of the current. And they didn't seem to make a comment on it.
They did last year. It
Oh.
just didn't come forward
and
this year.
so your perspective, Matt, on that, you know, that impairments is to potentially be considered too general, and that makes me start thinking about putting back mobility, because we were just saying that you should
So
break
if
your
you
leg.
say, if you say mobility impairment, legalistically, I think those of us would say, okay, show me, physical, cognitive, or other impairment that inhibits your ability to use or navigate or understand the system. That's pretty broad, but it's also legally defined down to you have a mobility impairment. So if there was some sort of disability that did not inhibit your ability to navigate the system, I don't have to do anything. It's kind of hard to imagine what that would be, but there are certain cognitive disabilities that I think where we have to split a hair in terms of, can you navigate this system by yourself? If so, you do not get to bring an attendant for free. Like, we do have to split the baby at certain points. And so we have to make a judgment call about, is that disabled, is that disability, as obvious as it may or may not be, enough to trigger our legal obligations, for like paratransit, for example. We can reject people for paratransit because the disability is not a mobility impairment.
Right, but that's an executive, those are under the executive. This is a broad policy for the ends, and we're just asking you that, we're just saying we want people with disabilities. We're not telling you how to make it accessible,
Right.
or that they have to qualify for an ADA card or
I guess-
whatever.
I guess what I'm saying is kind of, you've introduced the word inclusivity earlier here. That's new.
Yeah.
And I think it's important because it kind of signals something about your intent for the organization.
Actually, we took it out. We took it out.
Well, I think you kind of, anyway. If you say mobility limitation, that is narrow. If you say disability in general, person with a disability or impairment, I'm not sure I care which one of those. That's a broader bucket and may capture other folks that I'm not articulating very well right now. And it kind of speaks to that inclusivity impulse. But I don't know, I don't have an opinion about impairment versus disability.
I think both mobility, impairment, and disability, like people with disabilities, mobility. I didn't like how it was or. It just seemed
Right.
weird, like why were seniors or minors? It's not like, it just seems like it just seems like a comma, disability, comma, mobility impairments, comma.
But this doesn't work. It's people with disabilities, people with impairments, seniors, minors, the impairments just sitting there, it doesn't,
No, mobility, if you put mobility in front of it.
it's still
Just have a
people with.
They just put with in there.
But this people with doesn't work with seniors and minors. Unless you're talking about people that are accompanying them.
No, I'm saying I put with in front of all of them. I would say people with disabilities, with impairments, seniors, minors, and non-English speakers. But actually, there was a suggestion. So I served on a board for older adults, and they do take issue with they prefer older adults over seniors. Because seniors is typically like specifically 65 and older Medicare type people. Older adults encompasses seniors. And example, we talk about being more general. I think that's a little term games.
Although the other side of that coin is we have the senior ride and things that we already call senior, that we have specific services for.
But it's still
So I
covered
just
for
wanna-
adults. So, I mean, for me, the interpretation would be that we're like, well, I'm gonna focus on a senior service
Yeah.
runs that monitor.
One of my issues with the 132 as is here is about that navigation, which I picked up in my version down below. And I mean, is equitable
I
access,
can't see it.
yeah, the equitable access, I can see would be appropriate for people with disabilities and people with impairments, specifically maybe older adults. But
the minors and non-English speakers, it feels like the access is not the problem. It's navigating the system.
Yeah. No, I like that change.
So how do you want to do that?
Not in case.
Okay, good.
What did you say?
Okay, so.
That's not bad.
It's a 3 o'clock decision.
I would accept that term.
Okay, so we have. Let's see, how am I gonna do this here? Easier to, when I'm cutting and pasting from different places.
Oh, wait, we lost, oh, yeah.
And then this would be a separate. Is it slicing and dicing too much?
Oh, yeah. So. I think you just, so if you cut out have equitable access, like the rest of that sentence,
Mhm.
and then. Yeah, just delete. That,
This,
the second half of that sentence. The whole thing, the whole, yep. Yep, and then put a comma, and then make minors, comma, minors lowercase. Yeah. Oh, period.
it is access though. A critical thing to put in for disability, the people with disabilities and with impairments.
This is in one page.
We all, I mean, we do have that, there are no barriers. That's the broader position.
We have access in one page.
So access applies to everything down below it. Do we need to repeat it?
Why is with before impairments?
Well, we're trying to figure out how to get the grammar to work.
Yeah, it's just a syntax thing, people with disabilities, but then we can't say people with older adults, people with minors.
I mean, I still think we need mobility in there.
You could just say impairments, you want to say with.
Do you know, because the impairments is not a person, whereas adults, minors, and English, non-English speakers are all people. But impairments is a thing.
I might add the word people to people with impairments. I know we're making it longer, but I think that makes it more clear.
Yeah.
Are we sticking with mobility impairments? Or no?
Now just leave it in impairments because you could have somebody who has a closed head injury that doesn't have, or for just a short period of time. Yeah.
Okay, so are we
Somebody
okay?
with broken leg, let's say, who's fine every other way.
Mm-hmm.
Would that fall under disability, impairment, or
Yeah,
what?
or older adult.
All three.
All right, so are we only focused?
My only question, is it included there some places? It's just a temporary problem.
Like you had.
Yeah, it's a person with an impairment. It might be temporary, permanent, that's,
Okay.
we don't have to
All right.
articulate that.
Good.
But the question, again, I wanna just go through. Do we need to speak to access at all, particularly for the people with disabilities and people with impairments? Because access
No.
has been an issue. But we say up here that we're gonna eliminate all barriers, and so now we're just focused on navigation.
So, to me, easily navigates replaces the word
Yeah.
access.
Okay, okay,
Is that what other people are thinking?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, because then when you say non-English speakers, and I hear navigate, and then access means that there is those systems available, that it's that you're physically able to get to it, or the stop is close by, right? That's access.
Well, they also have to be, if they're non-English speakers, they would need to be able to access, to call into the ride, to get, print materials in different languages and things like that.
How
So
about
to
the-
me, that helps them navigate.
how about we easily access and navigate? Just put them both in there, does that work?
I have it. Do you like it, Brian?
I do. Okay. Do we still need the perception of safety?
Yes.
Sit back.
Is this something that,
Did we have it in the, so when we talked about satisfaction, it doesn't say safety, correct?
Right, just says they're highly satisfied.
Yeah, to me, those are two different things, and we worked so hard on that safety policy because we did have a lot of concerns, and there will continue to be concerns in the climate of.
Yeah,
we live in.
So if there is a perception of unsafety,
Mhm.
that's a barrier.
Yeah,
Right.
So it does fit here, because we're gonna eliminate that barrier, right?
Mhm.
Georgia, you had.
Why are we saying passengers and not people?
Good question.
Yeah, and it should say people, I agree with you, because passengers.
I mean, in
For people and
1.2.1, that solves the whole perspective and current and everything.
Yeah.
Thank you, Georgia.
Brilliant.
You know what I'm saying? That was like hours of conversation.
Would you agree that the idea of the personal vehicles, that we've already covered that with the,
I think we covered that.
Solely,
Mhm.
all right.
Well, I actually meant passengers in 1.2.1, but I'm glad that I.
So,
Mm.
sorry.
So consistent.
can I just ask a question? Why is it only perceived? Is it, because we obviously are.
Global. Yes.
Talk about that a lot.
I mean, I perceive it needs to be there. I think perception needs to be there, but then also action that it is safe,
Yeah,
right?
but that comes in the emails.
Okay.
Yeah.
And kind of felt that like, if you look at our statistics, safety is not an issue.
Like
but-
National Guard versus actually need it, right?
Okay, the last thing that I have, in terms of this, we had all these descriptions when we were talking about the global. And we did not pull these in. Do we need to pull any of these into this